Well, welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the impact of the phase-out of Australian live sheep exports by sea on New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benazic and I'm Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses may say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I now welcome and thank all our witnesses for making time to give evidence. Can I start with the witnesses that we have in person in front of me and get them to state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Xavier Martin and I'm the President of New South Wales Farmers Association, and I swear that the evidence that I'm now about to be given by me, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Samuel Miller, Principal Economist, New South Wales Farmers, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just online we have Mr. Compo Harms. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair. My name is Scott Compo Harms. I'm the Deputy CEO of the Australian Livestock Exporters Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay. Sticking with you, Mr. Harms, would you like to make a short opening statement, and then we'll take one from New South Wales Farmers if they so wish.
Thank you, Chair. The Australian Livestock Exporters Council, or ALEC, is a member-based peak industry body representing Australia's livestock export sector, which contributes over $1 billion in export earnings annually while employing 13,000 mainly regional Australians. ALEC members account for more than 96% of Australia's annual livestock exports by volume and value. Our membership also extends to supply chain participants, including registered premise operators, ship owners, feed suppliers, and other service providers to the trade. As you and your committee members would no doubt be aware, the markets for sheep on the east and west coast of Australia are separated by thousands of kilometres, but nevertheless, they have a strong influence on each other. There are several ways New South Wales sheep and wool producers will be impacted by this policy, as well as grain producers. It is abundantly clear that the phase-out of live sheep exports by sea will harm Australia's sheep and wool sectors beyond the Western Australian border. It's already happening. The mere announcement of the end date for the trade is driving greater than normal turn-off. Many of those sheep have already been sent to the eastern states, and this has undoubtedly suppressed prices. The WA sheep flock is set to shrink, and farmers are leaving the wool industry. The effects over the long term on merino production will be permanent unless this reckless policy is reversed. The October Sheep Producers Sentiment Survey, conducted by Meat and Livestock Australia and Australian Wool Innovation, shows that on a national basis, wool grower net sentiment has dropped 4 points to -19, while Western Australian wool grower sentiment sits at a massive -30. Just yesterday, we were greeted with a headline from the ABC that said, Australian wool production should drop to the lowest level in 100 years. Wool production is forecast to drop from 200 to 280 million kilograms of greasy wool in 2025-26, down from 318 million kilograms in 2023-24 and 328 million kilograms the year before. The number of sheep shorn will fall to 63.2 million nationally. The hardest hit state was and is Western Australia. It's this fall in confidence in Western Australia that triggers all of the negative consequences for the rest of the country, including New South Wales. In New South Wales, sheep farmers will not be able to access a reservoir of high quality sheep from the west to restock rapidly after a drought. This will raise their risks of production and therefore lower their flock numbers over the long haul. It will lessen the climate and drought resilience that the Australian and state and territory governments say that they want to enhance. These impacts need not happen at all. The animal welfare performance of the industry is exemplary. The industry has invested and continues to invest significant resources in improving the welfare of animals in our care, both in Australia and overseas. The industry has successfully implemented major reforms over the past 6 years in response to community expectations. These are a reduction in stocking densities on board vessels, an industry-initiated moratorium now enshrined in regulation during the hottest part of the Northern Hemisphere summer, increased ventilation verified by independent audits of the vessels, and an accelerated phase-out of two-tiered vessels. Since 2000, mortality rates on vessels have fallen by 88%. Since 2018, the impact of these reforms is clear. The fall in mortality rate has been 66%. Daily mortality rates on vessels are now under 10 animals per day per 100,000 sheep exported. Comparable rates on Australian and New Zealand farms are slightly higher, but as these are estimates, any differences are unlikely to be statistically significant. The Commonwealth Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry knows full well these impacts will spread beyond Western Australia. They are advertising in print and on radio nationally, telling producers across Australia to get ready for D-Day, the 1st of May 2028. When live sheep exports by sea are due to end. There was an ad in Monday's Sydney Morning Herald telling people to apply for grants for marketing purposes. To be clear though, there is no compensation available for anyone whose business is affected by this reckless policy. Where the real pain will be felt is in the regions. It is the businesses that supply producers in the sheep and wool industries that will suffer and magnify the effects. Shearers will shear fewer sheep. Livestock truckies will transport fewer sheep. Regional towns will have less money flowing through their coffers. Community groups and sporting clubs will have less sponsorship available to them and fewer members, as the people that used to support them fight to survive. Let's not forget, our industry also supports food security of our trading partners. It underpins fundamental geopolitical relationships. Yet the Australian government uses our industry like a plaything to garner preferences, like in the recent federal by-election in Dunkley, in Victoria. The Albanese government delivered the payback by ramming the legislation through a House of Representatives inquiry, only allowing 1 week for submissions, and then guillotining debate in the Senate. Such urgency, all for something that doesn't come into law until 2028. This is all such a sad waste. It is an attack on regional communities by inner city activists who want to impose their misguided and misinformed values on everyone, with little concern for the impacts these will have on the lives of real people in Western Australia and across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin or Mr. Miller?
Xavier Martin, thank you, Chair. New South Wales Farmers supports live exports of sheep by sea from Australia. I want to express our deep support for our farming colleagues in Western Australia who are most impacted by the phase-out proposal. They are the ones, at least initially, who are tossing and turning at night wondering how they will feed their families, how they will afford fuel to get their kids home from school, whether their farm skills will support a new career, whether they need to sell their farm or more likely forfeit it to the bank and start a new life. These farmers could never have imagined that their own federal government would turn against them and close their legal, legitimate industry, an industry that has exemplified the highest standards of stock welfare, including when those animals have left Australia's shore, an industry that has adapted and innovated to implement the best scientific practice in husbandry, an industry that is invested to continue learning how to do better and every day it strives to push further to care for their animals, to be good shepherds, not only while they're on vessels, but when they arrive in their export nation, their destination. On that point, what other country continues to care for their animals when they are in another country? What other country's government supports the monitoring and evaluation of the care of their livestock in the market? None. This is why today is such an important inquiry. This inquiry is a positive signal to the livestock, grain and fodder producers in New South Wales that those in this place have identified the significant lack of impact assessment of the Albanese government's decision to phase out the live sheep exports by sea by 1st of May 2028 on their businesses, their livelihoods and their families, their communities. The independent panel's report on the phase out of sheep exports did not sufficiently consider the flow-on impacts that the end of live sheep by sea will have, not only on farmers in WA, but those in other states. The WA sheep industry trades animals with central and eastern states, influencing the market dynamics that see prices ebb and flow and are considered by our members in their business decisions. The exodus from sheep production in the west impacts hay and grain supply and demand, which in the national market will impact prices for feed in New South Wales and other states. Accessibility to shearers and rouseabouts will decline once sheep no longer leave Fremantle, impacting the shearing workforce across the nation. This inquiry will delve deeper into the issues that the independent panel's report should have, but did not. It is clear the Australian government acknowledges the impact of the ban on New South Wales producers, given that right now, committee, being broadcast across the radio stations in this state is advice from the Australian government that, quote, the Australian Parliament has passed laws to phase out the live X of sheep by May 2028, and that there is a 139 million package for sheep producers and supply chain businesses to transition away from the live X of sheep by sea. So, committee, it encourages people in this state, in New South Wales, to prepare for the deadline. So if there's no impact in New South Wales or other states, then why is the federal government broadcasting this advice across the state? The question remains, what is the support available to non-WA sheep producers from the published 97.3 million in assistance for, quote, sheep producers and the supply chain, particularly in WA, end quote. This is the question that the New South Wales Parliament, that your committee should be asking the Federal Minister. What will be provided to adequately support sheep farmers in New South Wales? And it must be additional funding to support what has been announced, given the insufficient funding being made available for farmers in the West. This inquiry must also consider the importance of the ability for sheep producers in this state to turn to live export opportunities to uphold animal welfare. In December last year, I co-signed a letter with my fellow state farm organisation presidents from Queensland, South Australia and Victoria, seeking support from the former Federal Minister for Ag to bring vessels to Adelaide to take sheep from our states during the drought conditions and market failure that were impacting so many of our members. Prices had dropped, with sheep selling for as little as $2 a head. Feed was scarce. Farmers had two options, and they wanted the best option to keep their sheep healthy and in a state of good welfare. The solution was an export vessel from Adelaide until, fortunately, the season turned for the better. And committee, we had market failure. The hooks were unpriced. You could book a hook, but you couldn't get a price on it. That's market failure. That's when you need your next best option of loading a vessel. Live exports of sheep by sea remain legal from New South Wales. We just need the infrastructure. But Victoria isn't far away, nor is Adelaide. In fact, those places are closer than Sydney for a good number of farmers. So for Minister Moriarty to say on the 21st of February 24 and again on the 27th of August 24 that she had not spoken to her federal counterparts about the ban because we don't export by sea from New South Wales is very disappointing, especially as I had discussed this issue with her. While the impacts presented in our submission that we welcome your questions on today are based on our analysis of available data, what is most important is that you leave here today with one message. Remember the people, the farmers who sent you here to represent them, and never, never stand by and allow their legitimate, honest work, their good shepherd effort to be shut down by any government of this nation. If such a situation was to arise, New South Wales Farmers members ask that you use your political allegiances not to protect your colleagues in Canberra, but to protect the New South Wales farmers who will lose businesses, the workers who will lose their jobs, the regional communities that will subsequently dissipate, and the landscape that will suffer. The Australian Government support made available to transition out of LiveX will hopefully not be needed in New South Wales, and the decision will be reversed by the Albanese Government. But again, I refer to these radio ads being broadcast as we speak today across New South Wales, advising producers to prepare, and the question this raises. If the Albanese Government is re-elected, funding to adapt to life without live exports by sea must go first to our West Australian colleagues who need it the most initially. But I dread what we may find in New South Wales and other states as the market's dysfunction. The federal government will need to support any Australian farmer who suffers from the impact of this ill-thought-through decision closing down live sheep exports by sea, and those in this place must do all they can to ensure federal support reaches those that you represent. Again, it is important to state that this support has to be additional to the funding announced under the transition package. It must not be taken from the funds allocated to help our West Australian peers. New South Wales supports may only need to be small, but they will need to be vital and well targeted, especially to the farmers and communities where sheep and wool are the principal forms of agriculture and landscape management, as the alternatives are often limited. It is vital that this committee acknowledges the impact of the live sheep export by sea ban on the New South Wales agricultural industry. Thank you for your time today and for your consideration of our submission. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Committee's agreed just to have free flow questions, so I might start and then the questions will come from various members. I guess this is to both sets of witnesses. The banning of live sheep exports, will it not just hurt the sheep industry but also related sectors like grain and fodder? And additionally, will this discourage investment in farming in New South Wales, do you think?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. It creates, I use the word dysfunction. It just absolutely changes the paradigm of landscape management, of how we manage our land and water and vegetation. What happens is instead of the land being used for its best option, you'd start looking for your second and third best option. So that might be to grow barley, fodder, run goats, whatever, but it then has a knock-on effect on others that are already in that sector. So the gross dysfunction becomes apparent quite quickly. Already, Chair, we've seen in Western Australia the collapse in ram sales. This time last year, 13,000 rams were sold. This year, 6,000, less than half. That's the same effect we can look forward to importing into this state if this ill-thought-through idea goes ahead.
Mr. Harms, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that I think one of the concerns for producers for a long time has been competition in their markets, and what the removal of live exports does is removes competition. The other thing that we'll see is, as Mr. Martin has outlined, we're certainly seeing in Western Australia some farmers getting out of sheep farming altogether and going into cropping. Now, that option is not available to all sheep farmers, so a lot of the land in WA is not suitable for cropping. But to the extent that cropping increases, it makes production systems more vulnerable. and it also suppresses prices nationally for grains. So more people going into grain farming in Western Australia will also reduce prices, everything else being equal for New South Wales producers.
Thank you. Just sticking with you, Mr. Harms, you mentioned in your opening statement around the importance of live sheep export in terms of our relationship with our trading partners. From an animal welfare perspective, if people are concerned about animal welfare, isn't it a concern that this ban will then actually push those countries to more or less ethical suppliers like Somalia and Sudan in terms of getting their proteins?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is absolutely correct. And I can say that our chairman, Mr. David Galvin, and our CEO, Mark Harvey-Sutton, recently travelled to the Middle East to go and see this for themselves. And so the Australian products in the market at the moment, they are very sought after, and they went to Morocco as one of the markets they visited. So we're actually trying to get a protocol in place for Morocco at the moment. They have been experiencing very severe drought. They have had a lot of their flock wiped out. They are desperate for livestock and for animal protein supplies. They are trying to get livestock from wherever they can. They want Australian livestock. They know it's more expensive than livestock from other countries, but our product is the best quality available there is, and it is produced to high welfare standards. One of the key things that our livestock are sought for is the fact that we are free from a lot of exotic animal diseases. And so importing animals from those countries causes a lot of problems. Like you mentioned, Somalia and even a lot of parts of Europe, they're actually not just importing the livestock, they're importing diseases into their own flocks that they have there. So there are lots of reasons why Australian livestock is absolutely the best in the world and is highly sought after.
Thank you. I'll pass over to my colleague, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, and thank you both for your submissions in which you've both outlined the impacts that you believe it will have on New South Wales in quite a lot of detail. Yet we've got other submissions from the likes of the Animal Alliance for Australia, the Australian Alliance for Animals, RSPCA, and we've even heard from the New South Wales Minister for Agriculture, who have all said or implied that it won't have an impact on New South Wales. Why do you think they're coming to that conclusion, which is quite contradictory to yours?
Well, obviously they're not out in the landscape managing the plants and animals like my members are. I mean, I'm sure they're goodwill people, the ones you just referred to, but they clearly don't understand what we do and how we do it. The reality is that our day-to-day management and caring for our plants and animals results in how the vegetation and the water and the landscape responds, its effect on native animals and native plants. It's all critically, carefully managed. It's not an accident. And so the impact, once you go and change the equation, is dramatic. It's not incremental or of no import. It's actually significant. So to the extent we need to treat those sort of inputs with care, and I respect that they've got an opinion, but it's a theoretical opinion, it's not practical.
I might come to you, Mr. Compo-Harms, more specifically on that. And you said it's already having an impact here in New South Wales. How does that make you and your members feel when the New South Wales Minister for Agriculture essentially says it's not her problem, it's a problem for Western Australia?
What I would say to that is, producers in New South Wales clearly have been suffering already. Like I said, the flow of animals coming over from the west has suppressed prices already. Confidence is low, and that is spreading from WA elsewhere. And like I said, the impacts will be felt over a longer period as well. So it's that loss of live exports as a risk mitigation measure for WA producers, and then that leads them to reduce their flock numbers. Once their flock numbers reduce, it becomes a lot harder for New South Wales producers to restock after a drought. So their production becomes more risky. These are facts. These are backed by the evidence. This is what we are seeing now. I would just ask you to closely scrutinise what these other groups, what evidence they have put up in their submission, because we have put real facts and real evidence to you, and we'd ask you to take that into account.
And I guess that opinion that's been landed on by the government, I guess through the minister, that this isn't going to have an impact on New South Wales, has that been informed by consultation with your organisations?
No, I think the inability to engage with those making decisions in New South Wales about some of these key matters is a considerable problem for our state. There's an ongoing need to not just consult, but then to act. For example, if there is such a conviction that we've got a climate effect that's going to cause flash droughts and we've got to manage our domestic and native animals more carefully, then the reality is we're going to need access to be able to destock faster and more efficiently with appropriate welfare. And if we take the subject animals, we may very well need pop-up facilities at other ports in this state, as opposed to the ones that exist in Victoria and South Australia that have been accessed by the major flock. I mean, we are the major state in this nation for sheep. I mean, west of the Divide, there is an enormous number of sheep, well over 20 million. And so caring for them is going to be critical and relies on this option of loading vessels.
So you've spoken to them. You did mention, though, you've spoken to the minister on this.
I've raised it with the minister in terms of this is a key issue for my members, but I have little confidence that either her department or the minister's office comprehend what it is we're dealing with.
Why does it matter? Oh, sorry, you also mentioned, Mr. Martin, the care that we have for animals at the destination. You know, we have quite a lot of fingerprints on that. Do we do the same coming the other way? Like when we're importing from countries, do we dictate what their environmental conditions should be, or their workplace conditions should be, or their welfare conditions in general?
We have a very light touch. It's largely the market decides. We've got a very commercial, demand-driven expectation for imports, yet we place all sorts of penalties on ourselves for exports. Committee, if you've been to any of the souks in the Arabian Peninsula and the East and North Africa like I have, it is quite clear when you look down the laneways, the back lanes in the souks, you can see the New Zealand Romneys and the Australian Merinos and crossbreds, because what we do is we get the animal right for purpose. They stand out. All the other origins, just extraordinary. Now, if that's the future for what are we talking, half the population of the planet that don't have fridges and freezers, that they're going to lose access to our well-prepared animals, then what are we doing to those 4 billion odd people that don't have access to that fresh protein or have to take a second or third class animal and skin? They want their protein fresh. They actually wear the skin seasonally. They sleep on it and under it. I mean, it is a critical part of their life. Thank you.
And Mr. Comberharms, maybe you're best to comment on it. Is it realistic that we just stop this and replace that protein in these countries with chilled and frozen boxes?
No, I don't think it is, and it is really driven by customer demand in a lot of countries. So, like I said, our CEO and chairman recently visited a number of countries in the Middle East, and one of the things that stood out was that Australian meat sourced from Australian livestock that were imported and processed in that country, that they are marketed as a separate product. They are marketed as fresh meat. And that is a strong consumer preference. The other thing is that's actually probably the most affordable source of protein for them. So that fresh meat product is actually cheaper than the imported meat that we we and other countries send over to these markets as well. So that choice is already available to them. But these customers are making the choice to buy meat processed in their own country, and they perceive it as being much fresher. It is slaughtered much more closer to their point of consumption, and that's a choice that they've made. So it's very naive to actually say that we can just replace that with exported meat products. These other countries have that choice already. So they will just seek livestock from elsewhere. But they will do so knowing that it causes a whole heap of other problems for their own markets. And like I said, introducing lots of diseases into their flock that they don't have to deal with when they import Australian livestock. The quality of the carcasses and the yield of meat is much higher for Australian livestock. So we're actually really harming our trading partners.
I could keep going, Chair, but I'm aware there's others on the committee
I
as
might
well.
pass to Ms Hurst and then I'll see whether Mr Donnelly wants a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with some questions just to New South Wales farmers. In your submission, you provide what you've described as an economic impact modelling on the impact of the live sheep export in New South Wales. Was this work that was undertaken and funded by New South Wales farmers internally?
I believe so, but I'll pass to my economist, Mr Miller, to answer that question definitively.
Yes, this is work that was done by us with assistance from our staff and our committees.
Thank you. And were you running that program, Mr Miller?
Yes.
So you were the one that sort of oversaw it being done within New South Wales farmers?
Yes, you could call me the principal author of the report.
And so was there any independent oversight of that report? Did you get anybody external from New South Wales farmers, or was it just the New South Wales farmers team that put that report together?
There was no external peer review of the report. However, we did test the assumptions with our external colleagues, those ALEC, Sheep Producers Australia, and others, to strongly test the assumptions in the report and ground truth them.
You mentioned one external group, Allied Sheep Exporters. Could I, on notice, I understand you might not sort of have the list in front of you, but on notice, can you provide who else you ran that through?
I think you just said that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. In response to the survey that was conducted by this inquiry, we put out a survey. 97% of people supported the phase out of live sheep export, which is consistent with other community surveys in recent years. Do you accept that this is what the community want?
Thank you for the question. I wasn't aware of that survey. I'm used to surveys, though, where if you ask a particular question, you can very easily get a particular answer. So, but in the absence of knowledge...
This was a survey that we put out from the New South Wales Parliament, which the committee had all agreed to those questions.
Look, I'm not casting aspersions on whoever constructed it, but I'm just saying by the colour of my hair, you'd be aware that I've seen a lot of surveys over the decades, and if you ask a particular question, you'll get a particular answer.
Sure, but do you accept that the community, when we've got in this inquiry 97% of people saying they support the phase out, that is a position of the broader community?
No, I don't. I think you've asked a particular question, you've got a particular answer. I think if they were out in the paddock with the shepherd, I think they would potentially have a very different view to whatever was asked of them in this survey.
So Mr Martin, are you suggesting that the survey that was put out by this inquiry was pushing for a particular answer, that it was biased from the beginning?
I make no comment apart from the fact that if you ask a particular question, you will get a particular answer.
Are you asking...
Excuse me, Chair, may I make a comment here,
Yes,
please?
you may. Yep.
Thank you. So I'd like to point you in the direction of the community sentiment research that is undertaken by a group called Voconic. This is a multi-year project that has been undertaken by LiveCorp, the Australian Live Export Corporation, which is our research and development services provider. Now, as they receive Australian government funding, they are strictly bound, and they also use levy funds from producers. They are strictly bound to be apolitical in their activities. So Voconic are a spin-off from the CSIRO. They are a well-regarded firm in conducting these types of community sentiment research projects. So they have been running community sentiment research on the live export industry since 2019. And so they do a survey each year with roughly around 4,000 participants. This sample is stratified so that it actually matches and is representative of the Australian community as a whole. So what I would direct you to actually examine the research in detail yourself. But what it reveals is a nuanced picture that the number of people who agree that the costs and benefits are equal, or that the benefits outweigh the costs, is actually around 70% nationally. So, and similar figures roughly for New South Wales. That they ask lots of different questions about attitudes towards the trade and whether the live export industry makes an important contribution to Australia. And I think the last result that we had from a 2023 survey was around 79%. Survey participants agreed with that statement. And it was around
Sorry, agreed with what
80%
statement?
in New South Wales.
Sorry, agreed with what statement?
The live export industry makes an important economic contribution to Australia. And so basically the picture is far more nuanced than just a simple single question poll that would be conducted. Now, I'm not sure what methodology was used, but I'm presuming that the survey conducted by the Parliament was not a random sample, that was not stratified, and is therefore, I would say, less representative of the community at large. So,
I'm definitely happy to look further into that, and particularly to look at any questions they asked about support for the phase out. Obviously, completely different questions are hard to sort of compare when you're looking at support for a phase out versus whether or not people think that it's economically viable, are very different questions, but definitely happy to look further into that research as well. I am going to move on just because I know that there's others with some questions, and I've just got a couple more. I just want to go back to New South Wales farmers in regards to financial assistance, and I know obviously you've got two positions that you're coming here today with in regards to whether there's a phase out, but if there is a phase out around the compensation. Looking just at the compensation, is your position that funding should come from the federal government, given they were the ones that made the decision, or is your proposal that funding for New South Wales farmers should come from the New South Wales government?
Well, it's the decision maker that should fund it. No one should take actions that damage others without funding it, and it'll be ongoing funding because this will change the landscape if it goes through.
Okay, so you're advocating for federal compensation.
Well, it's not just a compensation amount. It is an ongoing cost to the nation of how our landscape will be managed less well. It will suffer because there will be second, third, fourth, even fifth and sixth best options utilised because the best option has been legislated against.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you,
Donnelly.
Chair. And thank you, gentlemen, for participating today. Perhaps start with New South Wales farmers, and thank you for your submission to the inquiry. I understand from reading a submission that the live sheep export industry has declined by around 92% between 1988 and 2023. I'm just wondering, and forgive me if it's picked up in your submission, I've just missed it, but in terms of understanding what impact that has had on New South Wales producers, is there any insight into that or any information about what the impact has been?
Well, I think the most important corollary of what your question is that the very fact that there exists that next best option of a global vessel, access to a global vessel, despite its declining utilisation, as you've outlined in your question, the fact that it exists means it underwrites those other options of the sale yards and the processor. So just having that next best option available is fundamental to how our landscape is managed, to how my members stay in business and use their farm for its best option. So I hope I've answered your question.
To some extent, but
May I make a
yes,
quick comment
please,
there,
Mr.
Thank you.
Constable.
I would like to challenge the assertion that the industry is in some kind of terminal decline. We actually saw a strong increase in the number of sheep exported in 2023.
In fairness, I don't want to interrupt, but that wasn't the proposition that I put forward. It was trying to understand what the effect hitherto has been on producers with respect to that trend. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. And I understand that there is a longer term trend of the number of head being exported declining, but we did see quite a strong increase in recent years. And I'd just like to make the point that we have recently opened new markets for sheep, and we've seen the reopening after more than a decade of closure of Saudi Arabia as a market. As I mentioned, Morocco is very close to signing a protocol for sheep exports, and they are absolutely desperate for our livestock. So I don't accept that there is some kind of terminal decline here, and we are seeing new markets and the number of head being exported increasing.
I'm just wondering, well, thank you for that. In your submissions, in both, there's the obvious consideration of sheep export for meat consumption, protein, live protein, available through being slaughtered and consumed overseas, and the wool element and its impact on that part of the sheep industry. I'm wondering, is there any, and it may not able to be done easily, but in terms of understanding the interaction between the movements between export and wool and export for meat, is there a easy way or relatively easy way of understanding how those two interlock?
There's definitely a published material that answers your question. So can I take that on notice to get that material to you? I invite though, Mr. Miller, did you want to respond to that, or we're better to take it on notice?
I think the only thing I'll add is that there is a close connection between the two, because sheep, what I've been given to understand is that sheep that are exported do need to be shorn prior to being done so, and so the live meat export trade is closely interlinked with the work for shearers and wool production in Western Australia, and that has an impact on the shearing workforce, which is highly transient, which impacts New South Wales workforce as well. So it is a highly interlinked economy. I couldn't put precise numbers on it.
No, that's fine. It's been taken on notice. Perhaps
If I might just add a point here,
please.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I'd just like to point out in rather simple terms that basically the sheep that go for meat production overseas, in other words, they're being exported live to be processed overseas, they are predominantly wool sheep used for wool production here in Australia. Right. So it's that those sheep, once they reach the end of their productive life as producing wool, it's more valuable to actually export them to a country that wants those specifications of sheep. Domestic meat processors here in Australia and export-based meat processors here in Australia are looking for different specifications of sheep. So the sheep that are turned off, particularly from Western Australia, are older, heavier, producing mutton and hogget type meat rather than lamb, which is what we consume here. And it comes down to consumer preferences, really.
Thank you.
I had 3 questions, but I'll put them on notice. I think that might be easier.
Okay. What about you, Miss?
I can put my question on notice too, if you like, if we've
Okay, thank you. I promised to go to one of you two first for the
no,
next
that's
round.
fine.
That concludes our
Sorry,
time.
Chair, I just wondered, do we get Mr. Copper Harms to table that survey report he was talking about?
Mr. Harms, are you able to table that survey report for the committee to consider?
Yes, the Voconic Community Sentiment Research. Happy to do that.
Thank you.
And could we also, that will include the methodology section?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Well, that concludes our time with you. Thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be probably a few supplementary questions on notice coming your way. And you did take some questions on notice, so the committee secretary will be in touch regarding both of those. Once again, thank you for your time, and we'll now bring forward our next set of witnesses, which are both online.
Thank you,
very
committee.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll just hold on a minute. Good. Okay, can I just start with you, Miss Skinner? Can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, it's Bonnie Skinner, CEO of Sheep Producers Australia, and I just need to bring up the oath for affirmation. Just bear with me 1 second. Apologies. If you want to go to my colleague first, you may, while I just get this up on my screen.
Sure, Mr. Dawes, do you want to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yes, I'm Adam Dawes, the General Manager at Wool Producers Australia, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Miss Skinner, you got it up now?
Yes, apologies.
No.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And did either of you want to make a short opening statement? And by short, I would suggest maybe about two to 3 minutes, just so we can get stuck into some questions. Ms. Skinner?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. The Australian sheep industry is an essential component of the regional landscape in Australia. In agricultural dependent rural and regional communities, the industry provides direct economic benefit, including employment opportunities and investment. The Australian government's decision to end the live export of sheep by sea in May 2028 is ill-founded, damaging to many Australian sheep-producing businesses, supply chain operators, regional communities, and importantly, our reputation amongst trading partners, and it must be revisited. Given the Australian government's indifference to the outstanding improvements to the performance of the live sheep export trade since 2018, and the inadequate consultation and due diligence on the implications of the phase-out decision, an alarming precedent has been set for future agricultural decision-making. Sheep Producers Australia has consistently called on governments to make policy decisions for agriculture that are evidence-based, strategic, inclusive and collaborative. To divert from this threatens the future of industries, businesses, families and communities across Australia. Sheep Producers Australia has made its opposition to the federal government decision to phase out live sheep exports by sea very clear. The decision was politically motivated and is already causing damage and a severe decline in confidence in sheep producing regions of Western Australia, where the live sheep trade is a critical part of production systems and regional economies. We welcome the opportunity to provide a submission to this inquiry, which implicitly recognises that the impacts of the federal government's phase-out decision will be far-reaching and have not been fully considered. The Western Australian sheep flock plays an important role in sustaining the national flock, ensuring vital breeding stock is maintained to support periods of rebuilding on both the east and west coast of Australia after drought. This is not only critical for the long-term success of the Australian sheep meat industry, but also the wool and meat processing sectors. WA remains an important pool of merino ewes and lambs for the east coast to ensure its flock remains viable, particularly after tough years of drought that have resulted in significant destocking. However, for sheep producers in Western Australia to sustain their systems in the face of isolation, strong farm gate competition for sheep, driven by access to markets including live sheep exports, must be maintained. As per our submission, SPA will defer to New South Wales farmers on matters relating to specific economic and social impacts related to New South Wales. The economic modelling presented in the New South Wales farmers submission is supported by the association's on-ground experience and direct connection with sheep producers across the state, and we commend it to the committee. Sheep Producers Australia brings a national perspective to this inquiry, and as raised through our submission, we've highlighted a number of issues, including the context and dynamics of the West-East Coast trade in sheep, the national contribution of the live export trade, the economic implications of the 2018 cessation, and the shortcomings of the Australian government's decision-making process that has left many producers feeling removed from a decision that will impact their families, businesses and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dawes?
Yes, I'll make a brief opening statement. Thank you, Chair. Wool Producers Australia welcomes the opportunity to present to this inquiry. As the peak industry body representing Australia's wool growers, our address is focused on ensuring the needs and concerns of the wool industry are represented and articulated in this important forum. As a national body, Wool Producers strongly opposes the ban on the live sheep trade, as we know that the impacts of this decision will not just impact the Western Australian wool industry, but also the national wool industry. We also know that this ban is an ideologically driven policy that disregards the interests of wool growers, their suppliers, and rural communities for political gain. The banning of live sheep exports will have long-term financial repercussions for New South Wales farmers, limiting their ability to effectively manage drought and post-drought conditions. This in turn will make sheep and wool production less attractive to New South Wales producers, and will see the industries being lost to competing land uses. The wool industry is proudly labour intensive when it comes to supporting regional economies. Take sheep out of areas and the jobs, businesses, services and people also leave. While the live sheep export trade is primarily concentrated in Western Australia at the moment, New South Wales will face changes in market and supply chain dynamics due to the removal of live exports from the national feed production system. For example, during the post-drought periods, there are generally significant transfers of sheep from west to east, as occurred following the breaking of the Eastern Australia drought in 2020-2021, where 1.36 million sheep moved from Western Australia to eastern states, primarily benefiting New South Wales farmers who found restocker lambs from Western Australia to be approximately 38% cheaper than those available from New South Wales and Victoria. There will also be impacts on the current wool harvesting labour supply. In recent years, there has been a significant shortage of both shearers and wool handlers, which has seen shearing rates paid significantly higher than the current award rate. The Western Australian Shearing Association estimates the 20% reduction in shearers due to decline in live sheep exports, which may lead to increased reliance on interstate shearers from New South Wales, while removing Western Australian shearers completely from the labour pool. This could increase seasonal demand, making it harder for New South Wales producers to find wool harvesting staff when needed. While many think this is a Western Australian problem, it simply is not. The removal of a viable trade anywhere in Australia removes competition, reduces stock, and diminishes workforces, all which will impact New South Wales producers and their communities. The October Sheep Producer Intention Survey reported that Australian wool grower sentiment currently rests at -19 nationally, dropping to -17 in New South Wales and -30 in Western Australia, with direct reference to the legislated live export ban being a contributing factor to this sentiment. The recently released report from the Australian Wool Production Forecasting Committee estimates that the Australian wool clip will decline to 279.4 million kilograms in 2024-2025, the lowest in 100 years. We urge the committee to consider these facts during this important inquiry. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Australian wool growers, and we welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you. I might go to Mr. Primrose if he has any questions first, or Mr. Donovan.
I've got,
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and thank you both for what are comprehensive submissions which contain much information. Mr. Dawes, if I could just take you to your submission on page number 8, running through to page 9, 10, 11 and into 12. It's under the heading Impacts of a Ban, Intended and Unintended Consequences. I'm wondering, for my benefit, could you please elucidate and expand on the unintended consequences which form part of your submission and maybe any others that you would like to touch on? So in other words, the unknown unknowns, or the known unknowns.
Absolutely, and I think drawing on a few points, to date, a lot of the attention has largely been focused on Western Australia and the potential impacts that has. New South Wales has the largest sheep flock in the country on a state basis. The most recent estimate from the Sheep Producer Intention Survey, New South Wales holds 38% of the national sheep flock. And as referenced in my opening address, it was in the order of 1.36 million sheep moved from Western Australia to Eastern Australia following the 2020-2021 break in drought conditions. Obviously, the increased competition that ALEC referenced earlier is of a benefit to Western Australian producers, and by increased competition, I mean that there's competition from the live export trade, the slaughter trade within Western Australia, and potentially Eastern restocker trade. The competition obviously on those 1.36 million sheep was of a benefit to both Western Australian producers and Eastern states producers, predominantly New South Wales. If we remove that potential benefit to both WA and New South Wales producers, we drop the profitability of both sides. There's decreased competition for Western Australian producers to offload sheep, and there's decreased supply from which Eastern states producers, including those in New South Wales, can draw cheaper animals, which enhances their profitability. In terms of the unintended consequences, it needs to be, or it has been acknowledged in some work that's been undertaken in Queensland in relation to wild dog impacts, that the wool industry is labour intensive. In terms of labour units per sheep or labour units per hectare, wool does demand a lot more than meat production and a substantial amount more than cropping. Once we start to remove those labour units from rural communities, we start to see the potential collapse or consolidation of community services that support those larger numbers of people. Education, healthcare, just name two. So I think there's some of the unintended consequences and direct impacts to industry. We mentioned that labour shortage is a particular pressure point. If we start to see a decline in flock numbers, particularly in WA, where shearing is quite seasonal, we start to see a decrease in the labour pool that is potentially available to move between eastern and western states that can keep shearers and wool handlers, which are skilled labour units, employed year round, and potentially those people will start to move towards other areas of work, so we lose our wool harvesting labour force that can be engaged year round.
Just in regards to the capacity of WA, using the instance we've heard already, to be able to make available a large number of animals to be transported to the east coast for reflocking purposes. Does that capacity, that surplus to domestic need in WA, does that exist because there is a live trade export component to the sheep industry in WA, or there are other factors in play over there? And if you're not sure, just feel free to say you're not sure.
So before you do that,
Yeah.
Mr. Dawes, before you do that, I've just had advice from Hansard. You're coming in a bit muffled and garbled. So if you could turn your video off, and that might save you some bandwidth, and your audio might pick up a little bit. Sorry to interrupt.
Absolutely, no problem. Thank you. I think that the key factors that are at play in South Australia are the largely variable seasonal conditions and
WA, you mean? Yeah.
In WA, and if we try and use an analogy, the ability to offload stock quickly via live exports is akin to a pressure relief valve, where if seasonal conditions turn, they have the ability to offload those animals in a timely manner, and it also removes the need to finish animals to a specification that domestic processors might demand. So that is one of the key factors at play, and perhaps whilst the pressure relief valve isn't quite as expedient for transporting animals from west to east, that is still a point of pressure relief where Western Australian producers can offload animals relatively quickly, or it can supplement what can be offloaded via live export. Now, if Western Australian producers lose that ability to offload animals quickly, they might start to move away from sheep having as significant a role in their production systems, which obviously means that our ability in the east to offtake and benefit from that offload will be diminished.
Could I just add to that as well, just
Please,
to really bring home the point? If we're thinking about sort of the national ewe base as well, and just in terms of, in particular, the merino ewe, which is, it sort of remains a significant proportion of the breeding flock in Australia. As Adam has mentioned, WA has shorter seasons, limited pasture availability. Really, the merinos have always been a strong breed of choice in Western Australia compared to sort of more resource-intense maternal and terminal breeds of sheep. So it does comprise a pretty important, component of the flock over there, and it means that they've actually got the highest volume of maternal merinos in Australia. So it is a really important reservoir in terms of breeding stock. Live export, the value that it provides there, it's in a flexible market. So producers are able to adapt their marketing strategies to seasonal conditions. They're able to manage their risks associated with the short growing season in spring. And as Adam said, it provides an important release valve when turn-off is required in a short period of time. And merinos over there in WA really do represent, in a mixed farming enterprise, they actually yield gross margins similar to cropping, but with much lower risks. So they are a really important part of the system over there in Western Australia, but it also contributes to the national reservoir as well.
Can I just finish with one final question and pass back to the Chair, and thank you for your patience, Chair. The New South Wales farmers in their submission put the proposition forward that, at least in the short term, the phase out of live sheep exports will lead to a reducing of the flock size in WA, and that will have a knock-on effect of more sheep being sold at sale yards on the eastern seaboard, and this will have the consequential effect of reduced sheep prices here in New South Wales. But that didn't seem to square with the evidence about what's been the decline between 1988 and 2023 of live sheep exports. So I'm just wondering how there's a squaring of that. You may not be able to do that, or perhaps take it on notice, but there just seems to be a contradiction. There hasn't seemed to be, as far as we can gather from the evidence, a negative or downward, certainly of any significance, impact on eastern seaboard prices.
Yeah, if I can comment there, circumstances have changed quite substantially since the late 80s, early 90s, to the point I referenced before, the Wool Production Forecasting Committee forecasting that we were looking at in the order of 278 million kilograms for this financial year production. In the late 80s, early 90s, we're exceeding over 1 million tonnes. So almost 4 times the production volume that we're looking at now. Now that will be approximately proportionate to the number of sheep that were available in the national flock, and therefore the number of sheep that could potentially be exported. So numbers have declined overall, proportionately across the sheep industry, and that would roughly correlate to the decline in live export numbers over the same period of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I pass
You can
to
go first,
Mr.
yep.
Barrett first. And then back to
Thank you very
yourselves.
much again for your submissions. I'm going to follow a similar tack. You have both outlined the impacts it will have on New South Wales as the biggest sheep flock by state in the country, and supported New South Wales farmers in their explanations for that, all of which you've put the evidence for that in here. Why do you think others, including the Minister for Agriculture, are suggesting this won't have an impact on New South Wales? How have they got it so wrong?
I'm happy to go first. I think that's the question we've been asking since this policy was initiated. And for me, I think it points to it's a failure in policy processes to really consider the science, the evidence, and the lived experience of people involved in the trade. What's concerning for me is some of the quotes and some of the justifications for pursuing this policy position that have been presented by the government, which really relates to things like public expectations and animal welfare as key arguments supporting its decision to end the trade. Concerningly, we recognise that the minister at the time, Murray Watt, was regularly quoting statistics from research, which was based on responses from just 800 people. And those surveys were conducted on behalf of the organisation RSPCA, which has been vocal in its disapproval of the trade. Some of these things are misleading for the public, and I don't think they reflect the true evidence of the trade and the performance that it has, the regulatory reforms that it has undertaken in the recent years to improve its performance and also its standing with the rest of Australia, which really Australians do hold very mature and balanced views of the trade.
Did Mr. Dawes drop off? Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry, I just, please let me know if the audio declines again. I think it's fair to say that there has been some level of disregard for the complexity of farming systems. We regularly see the headline rolled out that the live sheep export trade is only worth $70 or $80 million per year. Yes, in terms of export value, that's the case, but there hasn't been genuine consideration of the butterfly effect. And as I mentioned in the opening address, that flows on to rural communities. It flows on to farming systems beyond the export value. The New South Wales producers of sheep meat and wool have benefited from a large dynamic flock in Western Australia that has allowed sheep to move from west to east so that producers in states like New South Wales can be more profitable. It's the complexity of farming systems, and many of the inquiries and the hearings to date at both state and federal levels have had a disregard for that level of complexity and failed to acknowledge all of the repercussions and flow-on consequences of this flawed policy decision.
And if I could just add one more point, sorry, we're still yet to see any analysis that's been undertaken by the government on competition forces, economic impacts in Western Australia and the rest of Australia, community sentiment surveys, business cycles and how they'll be impacted by the pulling out of a market and a trade. what their market development and analysis has been on this issue, how sheep genetics and businesses will be impacted, not to mention a variable climate on top of all of that. There's been no evidence that that analysis has been undertaken at any level yet to inform any of this policy making, and something which we have urged the government to do in terms of considering this policy decision.
When the New South Wales Minister for Agriculture has consulted with you on the impacts this is going to have on New South Wales, what have you told her, and does it feel like she seemingly ignored that advice?
The New South Wales Minister has not approached Sheep Producers Australia for consultation on the impacts within New South Wales on sheep producers.
Mr.
And I
Dawes?
believe it's a similar situation for Wool Producers Australia, where direct engagement has gone through New South Wales farmers as our member.
Have you discussed it with the department, the State New South Wales Department?
No.
It's not an issue that's been raised with us by the New South Wales Government Department.
Sorry, have you approached them?
We have maintained our engagement with that through our member organisation, New South Wales Farmers, who takes the lead on engagement with our consultation.
So you didn't actually approach the government?
No, we agreed that New South Wales Farmers would be the lead organisation to engage with the government.
Just wanted to
on this
clarify
issue.
that. Thank you.
Yes.
Did you want to touch on that welfare stuff?
Well, I've got two. Sorry, I wanted to touch on this, the trade and policy risk, and then also some animal welfare considerations. So I was just wondering, how might the phase out impact Australia's trade relationships with key sheep export markets?
I'm happy to lead on this one, and I know there was a little bit of commentary in the previous session. It really can't be overstated enough, just in terms of the importance and the significance of the relationship that Australia has with countries in the Middle East and North African regions in particular. These relationships go back over 50 years, and in fact, when I was visiting the country last year, several countries, within that region, we were consistently told that sheep are the official ambassador for Australia. They've been pretty open in their disgust and alarm at the way that this decision has been arrived at, and the lack of communication and consultation that's been undertaken with their countries on this decision to pull out a very important market to them. And as it's been discussed before, the significance of this trade to these regions. These are regions, countries, cultures that prefer freshly processed meat due to cultural and religious reasons and customs. They've been very open about the fact that they will source their livestock from other countries, and they have also been very open about suggesting that there will be retributory action towards Australia for other commodities that are supplied if this supply of live sheep is pulled out. So alarmingly, I would hope that none of that comes to pass, but I think what has concerned us is the lack of due diligence and care that our government has shown, which implies a level of disdain towards our trading partners, when these are really well developed and trusted relationships that have gone back for a long period of time.
Thank you. And just, do you think, and I think you might have touched on it, that decision would erode confidence in agricultural policy stability affecting other industries in New South Wales? And you did touch on that, so can you sort of expand on that?
Yeah, that has certainly been what we have understood from representatives from some of the countries in the MENA region. Flow-on effects to major commodities like grain and others. Again, Australia's reputation and the reason why we're a preferred trading partner is because we are a reliable supplier. We are generally good to do business with. Decisions like this with lack of communication certainly cast a shadow of doubt on not only the reliability, but again, the trust that trading partners can place in Australia to stand by their word and their ability to provide the produce that they have done for many decades. So, and I think what's really a critical link to that, I would say, in terms of the significance of this is a sovereign issue for countries in the MENA region in particular. We're seeing increased demand from countries in the MENA region around food security issues, and this was really heightened during COVID. We're in the privileged position in Australia of exporting, over 70% of our agricultural produce. MENA region has to really make sure that it's investing into safeguarding its citizens to be able to access safe and high quality food. So a lot of the sort of strategic plans that you're seeing coming out of countries in the Middle East region, in particular, for example, Saudi Vision for 2030, it really talks about earmarking funds and deliberate strategic activities towards increasing the country's food security, processing capability, and reducing their dependence on ultimately oil to diversify their economy.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Dawes?
Look, I think whilst we have relatively limited export and trade of wool to the MENA region, we have certainly seen significant investment in our biggest trading partner for wool in recent years. That's the Chinese wool processing sector. Australia nationally sends in the order of 85 to 90% of all the wool that we grow to China for early stage processing. And I think if we start to have government policies that undermine our ability to supply that wool, that starts to compromise, I guess, the viability of Chinese processors, and they might start to look at investing in other countries to source their wool from, and investing in indeed developing the wool production capacity in those countries so that they can keep their mills and their garment manufacturers running at full capacity.
Thank you. And I'll just, how do you respond to claims that live export welfare standards remain insufficient?
I'm happy to go first. I mean, I would certainly disagree with that statement. 2018 temporary suspension prompted significant changes, particularly related to heat stress and animal welfare requirements. Subsequently, we saw substantial reforms. There was a voluntarily imposed trade memorandum that's been put in place, which has also been a fairly significant made a significant contribution to the welfare performance on vessels. So where we were in 2018 is not the place that the trade is in now, and the performance in terms of the improvements in mortality rates certainly reflect that improvement, which are 81% lower than a decade ago. So they're now at 0.18% in terms of the last financial year. So certainly this has been in line with the expectations that also it's important to note that the production sector places on the welfare performance of this trade for producers to have confidence to supply their animals. And that's certainly been made by the raft of changes that have been put in place.
And do you think that there are any additional safeguards or reforms that could address concerns without actually banning the trade?
I think the suite of reforms that have been addressed since 2018 are certainly comprehensive and have already addressed a number of issues that we saw were contributing to poorer welfare outcomes, including space available for each animal on vessels, improved ventilation requirements. We did have the LGAP program, which was initiated certainly through industry development and the Australian government to be able to provide a new quality assurance program in market. Unfortunately, that program's not been able to continue, and the program has not been able to attract ongoing government investment to continue that. And certainly the trade being withdrawn or the proposed ban for the trade in 2028 has put a shadow of doubt over the viability of implementing that LGAP program in place. That certainly would be the next step that we would want to see incorporated should the sheep live X trade be able to continue, and it will be an important part of the cattle trade.
Thank you. I have further questions, but I'll do a supplement.
Thank you. Ms Hurst?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your time today. The committee has received an independent report from Pegasus Economics that shows that there is no adverse financial impact on New South Wales. And then, of course, we've also seen the modelling done at a federal level by an independent panel, also showing no impact in New South Wales. And on the other side, we've seen one report funded by industry and also written by industry. Why hasn't there been any independent expert reports from economists or other experts by the actual industry itself?
I can only say that obviously New South Wales Farmers has contributed important economic analysis on behalf of many of its members within New South Wales. That is certainly the evidence that we would defer to. I can't answer your question as to why nobody else has provided independent analysis. But the point that I would make is that what we've seen through the Australian federal government process is that the entire consultation and the lack of supporting evidence has left producers, and producers are primarily the people impacted by this decision, completely feeling like they've got no means and ways to have their voices.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, is this in regards to the independent panel modelling that you're talking about?
I was making the point that, broadly speaking, the evidence that has been contributed by New South Wales farmers is an important contribution to the consideration of this. It reflects the lived experience of farmers in New South Wales, but I can't answer your question as to why there has been no contribution of independent analysis on top of that.
I suppose as a committee it's hard when we've got an independent report and then we've got modelling done at a federal level by an independent panel, and then they're saying one thing, and then we've got a non-independent industry-based report. How do we then juggle that when we've got two independent sort of processes making one conclusion that's complete opposite to what the industry report is? I understand that you support the industry report, but as a committee it makes it very difficult when we've got these two independent processes saying the complete opposite. I'm just wondering why we would put more weight towards an industry report over and above those two independent processes.
So it's hidden in another submission.
I would, my question was also be to you to suggest as to, the New South Wales government's economic analysis of this, if there is more evidence that's required that makes your decision difficult, that New South Wales government should also be providing an arm's length economic evaluation of the impacts within New South Wales. I'm not sure if that's been provided, but certainly you would need that as a source of information as well.
Thank you.
And if I could just add, it might come down to the time and resources available for some of those processes. And certainly I think that the Commonwealth House of Representatives inquiry that was undertaken after the independent panel report was released showed, with the level of engagement from industry who are invested in the consequences of this policy, there was a tremendous amount of engagement. It was very passionate but civil, and I think quite composed engagement from those that are directly impacted by this policy decision. And it's fair to say that largely many of those views that were put forward, particularly by Western Australian farmers, were disregarded and not given sufficient weight when the final report from that House of Representatives inquiry was handed down.
And sorry, can I just clarify, because when I'm talking about the independent report and the independent panel modelling, that was about the impact on New South Wales rather than the sentiment and consultation. Are you talking more broadly now about the consultation process on the bill rather than the impact modelling?
Again, it comes back to I don't believe that any of the processes that have been undertaken recently have had the resources or time to thoroughly consider the systemic impacts of the ban. So some of those non-intended consequences, I don't believe that the processes have had sufficient resources or time to delve into those. And indeed, we're digging up more and more evidence and to support some of those unintended consequences as industry is trying to catch up with what the impacts of the policy decisions are.
Thank you. And I've just got one other question around assuming the ban does remain in place. Is it your view that any decisions around financial assistance should be made by the federal government? Like, should compensation be put forward by the federal government, or are you advocating for state funding? I'm happy for either of you to jump in.
can't see Adam. My point would be just that we need to make sure that the Australian government's got a responsibility on behalf of all Australians to make sure that it undertakes adequate analysis to understand the consequences, which includes what Adam's raised and what you're referring to, and does touch on some of the issues that I raised earlier around the lack of evidence that we've seen on this. And certainly once that is determined, who are the people who require some form of financial support to ensure that we have a sustainable and viable sheep industry in this country. If that's the Australian government, they're leading the policy determination on the federal ban. I would expect that they would take the lead on this, but certainly we would also expect that the New South Wales government represents the needs of its stakeholders and its farming communities in terms of the impacts of this decision making.
And I think until we get clear quantification of what the direct and indirect consequences of the ban are, it's very difficult to point to who needs to pay what and when. I think that there's certainly still the need to undertake further work to understand fully what the direct and indirect consequences of this policy are before we start to draw on who pays what.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly, you've probably covered this already, but I'll just double check. If farmers can't destock during dry spells, wouldn't you say this proposal to ban live export will have both environmental and animal welfare risks increase and therefore essentially be counterproductive to what the proponents of this ban want to achieve in terms of animal welfare improvements in the industry?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both at a national level, farming is about risk management. Every decision is based on risk management. And if you lose one of those risk management tools, one being live export and the ability to offload stock quickly, risks increase. Risks to animals on farm increase. And as part of, I guess, the enterprise level risk management, producers will make decisions on whether risks that might present themselves to their enterprise are intolerable, and they might opt to transition away from sheep farming because it's too risky in terms of animal welfare and environmental impacts to their enterprise. If producers need to keep sheep on for too long, there could be issues on both animal welfare, and also excessive grazing pressure on pastures could compromise soil retention. It could compromise biodiversity. It's absolutely, those risks start to become, I guess, more apparent and less controllable if we lose the tools to manage them.
Thank you. Ms. Skinner,
yeah, just to add to that, I think one of the points that we've consistently raised and that has been raised with us by many producers, particularly in Western Australia, is just, the issue of critical mass. And the government's intended aims or goals is that we've got a really strong sheep sector, that we've got the ability to supply all this processed meat. You need critical mass within your sheep flocks to be able to supply processors whose businesses need to be viable. For there to be a critical mass, you need to have producers who are confident in having strong business models. And it's really important to just recognise the role that sheep play in a mixed operation. The suitability of certain country for sheep enterprises, which are largely unsuitable for cropping, and the role that sheep really play in things like weed management and crop preparation activities. So, things like constant chemical spraying is not practical, sustainable. Sheep provides a natural and effective means of managing paddocks so that, really what we're talking about is reducing the risk of herbicide resistance issues, which is pretty critical going forward and is a huge consideration for the industry. They have, sheep as a part of as a farming system, have really positive environmental outcomes. They contribute nitrogen and nutrient benefit for soils and crops. So there are a broad range of contributing factors that sheep play in a mixed operation. And certainly these concerns around pulling sheep out of these systems would have impacts on the environment.
Thank you. And I've only got 1 minute left, but on notice, can you come back to us with your, views and analysis on the Pegasus Economics report? Just be interested in your views on that report, given particularly the lack of a coherent and clear terms of reference in what they're actually investigating.
Yes, happy to take that on notice, and related to the questions before, have not seen their submission, so happy to do so.
Yep, no worries, thank you. That pretty much takes us to 10:45, which is our morning tea break. So we'll break for 15 minutes and return at 11 with our next set of witnesses.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Would it be better?
Okay, welcome back to today's hearing. We now have witnesses from the RSPCA Australia. So just Dr. Simpson, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and then we'll go to your colleague online.
Sure. I'm Dr. Lynn Simpson. I'm an live export veterinarian, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Dr. Fowler.
Yes, Dr. Suzanne Fowler. I'm the Chief Science Officer for RSPCA Australia, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yeah, I'd like to give one if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Start now?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for inviting me to address this inquiry. I'm Lynn Simpson, an ex-live export veterinarian. I've been involved with live export since 1999. I worked as a wharfie loading ships in Fremantle and at export feedlots, then as a shipboard vet doing 57 voyages to and through the Middle East, including Russia, Turkey, Libya and Madagascar. My lived experience includes work for Live Corps and MLA in slaughterhouses in the Middle East, as well as training shipboard crew. I've worked for the Department of Ag a few times, helping rewrite the Australian standards for exporting livestock. I've advised AMSA on the interface of animal health and ship designs. I took what was probably the last voyage from New South Wales in 2007. It was so naively prepared that 50% of the animals actually had to be left behind. So that proves to me, or didn't have to, but indicates that New South Wales is clearly not a primary live exporting state. I now analyse and advise on live export matters voluntarily. It's my opinion that this trade cannot be fixed or made safe for a multitude of reasons, including mechanical breakdowns, loss of propulsion and steering on ships. I've worked on broken down ships in the middle of the ocean. I've had a rudder fall off. Twice I've had propeller blades fall off. An untold number of blackouts that stopped air supply to livestock. I've had broken freshwater plants mid-ocean. We've had pirate interactions. I've expected our ship to capsize in rough seas, only to be thrown back by fortunate waves. Rough seas, including times when the captains have banned the crew from going on deck for fear of us being washed overboard, resulting in no medical care or feed to the livestock for multiple days. I've had at least 2 engine fires, numerous galley fires. I've had importing vets reject our sheep due to politics. We now have the Houthi risk, as we all know. Sheep are the most vulnerable animals that we do live export by sea. Sheep cope well with dry heat, but they suffer really badly in humidity, which is what they're exposed to on these ships. Hence, they're not farmed in the tropics in Australia. Unlike cattle, we cannot hose sheep or sheep decks to mitigate heat stress. The warm waters of the Middle East heat up lower sheep decks to the point that there's 2 most critical, well, they just heat them up full stop, but the 2 most critical waypoints for sheep to the Middle East are always the hottest on the globe, as insofar as sea surface temperature, and are notorious points for heat stress events and deaths. There'd be more dead sheep lying on the seafloors there than anywhere else that I can imagine. Sheep pose a unique stability risk to ships due to their weight distribution throughout the voyage and increased rolling and risk of capsize. The global number of ships has plummeted recently. Hundreds of ships existed when I first started with the trade in the 1990s, with 80 plus ships trading Australia alone in the 1990s. Now there's only 111 ships on the entire planet that do live export, with only about 18 of those appearing to be willing and able to trade from Australia. Sheep exports have dropped 90% in the last 20 years, which marries up with these ship numbers going. Since 2010, 65% of the carrying capacity for livestock from Australia has left, and those ships no longer return here. The remaining ships are mostly small, suited to the short-haul cattle trade and engaged in that. Small ships are not financially viable for long-haul sheep exports. You really need an economy of scale for sheep to make money, so you need lots of them on a ship, not small consignments. And this is making our sheep export trade essentially redundant. Mass numbers of sheep cannot be exported long distances by sea without experiencing unnecessary suffering. And New South Wales farmers that I speak with don't want their animals on ships. They're only thinking about live export when disasters are aired on TV, and to that point they're grateful that they've not contributed because they're not sending them out of this state. It simply doesn't factor into their business model. And as far as sourcing animals during a drought period, for example, each and every one of them has told me there's other states we'd go to before we transport animals that long distance. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Ms. Fowler, Dr. Fowler, sorry. Do you have an
Yes.
opening statement?
Thank you. Yes, we do. Yeah. The RSPCA exists to prevent animal cruelty and to make animals' lives better. And to that end, we have advocated to end live sheep export for decades because of the inherent animal welfare issues caused by the trade. The RSPCA is an evidence-based organisation, and we rigorously apply contemporary animal welfare science and evidence to inform our position. We expect this inquiry to reinforce the same thing that the Australian public have been saying for decades, that live sheep export belongs in the past because of the inherent and unfixable animal welfare issues. The pending phase-out of live sheep export by sea will result in significant improvements in sheep welfare, and repeated market research demonstrates the majority of New South Wales residents supported phase-out. We have also seen that there is a lack of independent evidence that the phase-out will have a significant economic impact in New South Wales, but there are a few key points that we would really like to highlight today regarding the support of the phase-out and the overall positive impact it will have. Those key points include the poor sheep welfare outcomes that are inherent to the trade and cannot be fixed, the majority support from New South Wales community to support the phase-out, and the significant lack of evidence on the impact in the New South Wales sheep industry. If I can come to the poor sheep welfare outcomes from sheep being on these vessels, we know that these include but are not limited to the extended periods of multiple modes of transport that the sheep have to be exposed to just to get to the live export vessels and then be transported and then be offloaded, heat stress, starvation, infection, disease, injury, high stocking densities, 24/7 exposure to artificial light and engine noise, all of this leading to cumulative stresses for the animals. And at the end of it, in most countries in the Middle East, sheep are exposed to fully conscious slaughter, which we know has a significant animal welfare impact. Exporting sheep by sea from Australia to the Middle East is one of the world's longest transport routes for animals. And ending this mode of transport will have a significantly positive impact on sheep welfare, given the number of sheep impacted and the severity of the welfare challenges it can cause. Despite industry claims that the regulatory changes have addressed welfare issues, in particular since 2018, our analysis of independent observer reports, which is the only data available to the general public, that have been published from 2018 to 2023, refutes the fact that animal welfare issues have been fixed. Our analysis shows that 80% of the reports referred to cases of inanition, which is starvation of sheep on board, often because of gastrointestinal disease or the inability to adapt to the type of feed provided on the vessels. Over 60% of the reports documented heat stress, and 30% reported severe heat stress to the point where sheep were panting with their open mouth and necks extended on board these vessels. These reports have come through since the industry claimed they have made improvements. The RSPCA has also done substantial polling of the community, which shows that over many decades there is strong, consistent and majority community support in Australia and indeed in New South Wales to end live sheep export. And in 2022, the results showed that 77% of people surveyed in New South Wales and 78% surveyed nationally support the ending of live sheep export. And in fact, that is further supported by the fact that 95% of the submissions to this inquiry support the phase-out. Further to that, there is a significant lack of evidence on whether the phase-out will have an impact on New South Wales sheep industry. New South Wales has not been directly involved in the live sheep export trade for many years, and the independent panel did not report any notable impact on New South Wales sheep industry with the phase-out planning. We acknowledge that New South Wales sheep producers have had a difficult few years and that continues. However, economic analysis do not correlate this with the phase-out policy, but rather prevailing dry conditions, workforce shortages and processing bottlenecks. Climate, international demand and trade deals are all much more significant factors in the future of the New South Wales industry and indeed the Australian sheep meat and wool industry. If the New South Wales government want to ensure a strong and competitive future for farmers, this is where they should be focusing their attention, not on the already decided and legislated end to live sheep export, which the New South Wales own DPI website acknowledges that New South Wales is not directly involved in the live export trade, and there is no export of live animals through New South Wales seaports. New South Wales DPI forecasts make no mention of live sheep export as a factor in the future prospects of the New South Wales industry. The best way for New South Wales to thrive in the future is to encourage a strong reputation for a high-quality product raised under strong animal welfare standards, processed as close as possible to the farm gate, to encourage the purchase of wool and sheep meat domestically and internationally.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms Hurst first.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming today and for those opening statements. This morning we heard from New South Wales farmers that they have written an internal report that claims that farmers in New South Wales will be impacted by the phase out. Is there, to your knowledge, any independent evidence to support this claim that the New South Wales sheep industry will be impacted by the phase out of live sheep export from Western Australia? And I'm happy for either of you to jump in.
I certainly haven't heard anything. The experience I've had talking to farmers from New South Wales is the contrary. They're not going to be impacted, and they've not been following this whole process. Susie might know more.
I'm not aware of any independent economic analysis. We don't purport to be economic specialists at the RSPCA, but we are aware of the independent panels report and also the Pegasus economics report, both of which refute any claims of impact in New South Wales.
Thank you. Dr Simpson, in your submission, you actually commented a few times that the terms of reference for this inquiry seem relevant more to Western Australia, and that references to New South Wales have been sort of substituted in. In your opinion, is there any basis to even be holding an inquiry about the alleged impact of the phase out of New South Wales when there doesn't actually seem to be an impact in New South Wales?
No. Sorry.
No, that's all
Well,
right.
you can go then.
That'd be great.
Dr Fowler, you mentioned in your opening statement the large community support. This inquiry put out a survey, and the results of that survey was that 97% of people that answered that survey supported the phase out. Why is the community so committed to ending or phasing out live sheep exports?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting insight, the fact that the submissions to this inquiry have been so significantly in support of the phase out and that survey as well. It really does support the surveys done by the RSPCA. We also did a survey specifically last year in Western Australia, which surveyed 800 West Australians, and they also support a phase out. That landed at about 70%, I believe, including 69% in regional and rural areas. And I think that the reasoning goes to the actual fundamental reason why we're here and why we have a phase out is because of the severe and significant animal welfare impacts. Australians really care about farm animal welfare. 95% of Australians listed as of significant or great concern to them, and that was a Department of Agriculture survey that was done a few years ago by Future Eye. And so we know that animal welfare is critically of concern to Australians, and that really supports why they are in support of an end for live sheep export, because of the clear evidence that the issues are inherent to the trade and cannot be resolved.
Thank you. In their submissions, and we also heard this this morning as well, we've heard from the Australian Live Export Council in their submission, and I think it was New South Wales Farms this morning, said that the animal welfare was exemplary. Sheep Producers Australia said that live export industry has the highest standards of animal welfare in the world. There was claims that that if it's phased out, it would push supply to overseas where there is less animal welfare measures put into place. What is your response to these claims? And I wanted to get an answer from both of you, so I might start with you, Dr Simpson.
Yeah, sure.
And then to Dr Fowler.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and thank you for it, because we're hearing a lot of, I would say, fear-mongering about this. The fact of the matter is, with these ships, you can only fit a certain amount of animals in there. And we've dropped the stocking density recently, and that's great. That helps. But these animals from Australia are doing the longest voyage. The tyranny of distance they're experiencing because of where we live and where they're going to. That's a longer accumulative stress that they're all experiencing. And when you compare it to somewhere like Sudan, which gets brought up quite a lot, everyone's going, well, Sudan's obviously, terrible and awful, and I don't know why they're making these assumptions. They're expecting it to be a terrible third world country that's just, being horrible sheep. But the fact of the matter is, if you compare a 3-week voyage from Australia to the Persian Gulf or, somewhere in the Middle East, one of the normal destinations, to a Sudanese voyage, which is about 12 hours from Suakin port across to Jeddah, that's a whole different thing. And those animals coming from Sudan are already climatically acclimatised to that area. So they're coming from like to like versus our animals that are traversing from the southern to the northern hemisphere. So they're getting a lot more of a thermal challenge and at more risk of heat stress. Even if those animals from Sudan were not provided with food or water, it's 12 hours on a ship. And we have to keep in mind, we've got land transport standards in Australia, and somebody can correct me, but it's 36 or 48 hours that sheep are allowed to be on trucks loaded in Australia in all sorts of heat, humidity, whatever, and not taken off, watered and fed. So I don't think we can stand here with our land transport standards and say we can do this for a couple of days, but Sudan can't do that for 12 hours. And I know firsthand from being on ships in Saudi Arabia when I'm unloading livestock from Australia, that they're fatigued and they get off and they're happy to get off. They want to get off the ships, trust me. And they'll get off the ships and ours look quite bedraggled. They've been lying in moist fecal pads for the whole voyage, and you can see a tide line on their wool that's discoloured to indicate what they've been through. And they mill around on the port, on the wharf, waiting for the trucks to come. And then I've had ships come across from Sudan that are sort of sitting next to us, and those sheep seem to bound off. Like, they're not excited either, but they seem a lot more fresh compared to ours. So based on that alone, I think we're doing a disservice to our sheep. And more deeply, the disservice we're doing to our sheep is the sheep from Sudan were never going to be afforded the relative animal welfare luxury of a stunned kill. Whereas our sheep are. If they're killed in Australia, they're going to be stunned, be it halal or whatever. They'll be pre-stunned and then sent as chilled and frozen meat.
Thank you. Dr. Fowler, did you have anything to add?
I think Lynn's made a lot of the significant points regarding, in particular, the acclimatisation difference and the fact that most of these sheep are coming from southern Australia where they can't cope with hot and humid conditions, not just on where they arrive, but during the journey, and in particular crossing the equator where we know it's very hot and humid, and those wet bulb temperatures often reach a point where heat stress is known to occur, and in fact the evidence shows does continue to occur despite the Northern Hemisphere summer prohibition. These vessels are still reporting high incidences of heat stress for these animals. The other point I would make is that animal welfare goes a lot further than just mortality rates, and we expect and know from the evidence that these animals suffer so many different consequences from being on the vessel that are inherent to the fact that you're putting sheep on a vessel for 3 weeks. So they're standing in their own waste for that period of time, which brings with it increased risk of disease, irritation to the eyes and the lungs from the ammonia buildup occurs, and that gets worse the higher the heat and the humidity as well. Because as the environment gets hotter, the ammonia is released from the urine in that wet fecal pad that the sheep are standing in. And in addition to that, you have the environment itself. So as I referred to in my opening statement, the ongoing sound and light is unnatural for the animals, and that's a source of stress. The seasickness, which there are published evidence and reports on, which is what we refer to in the RSPCA, is what the published data shows us. And as well as that fact about just how many sheep are still suffering from starvation, inanition and gastrointestinal disease, some of which are lucky enough to get treated, but certainly there are reports that sheep get missed, that they're not eating well, and they end up dying, unfortunately, from starvation. And often that's because they can't adapt to the the pelleted feed that is provided. These sheep are coming mostly from Australian paddocks where they're used to eating, green feed, and then they're tried to adapt in a feedlot before they're exported, but some animals just don't adapt well. And as a result, they can starve on these ships. As I said, the lucky ones get picked up by the onboard vets and stockies and provided with extra support. But unfortunately, the independent observer reports still refer to large numbers that are dying.
Thank you. Dr. Sibbett, I also want to touch on something that you mentioned in both in your submission and your opening statement, was that even if the federal government hadn't actually legislated a phase-out date, that the industry would likely have declined by that time due to, and I quote, the loss of ships as they age out of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority compliance requirements. Can you explain what you mean by this with ships aging out? Does that mean that the ships that are currently being used can't technically be used beyond 2028 anyway?
They're all built to different standards depending on when they were built initially, and standards have improved as the world evolves. And if you look at shipping in general, the average age of a ship that gets scrapped due to the general wear and tear on a ship and the strain that the metal goes through, the welds go through, the engine goes through, means that the average ship on the planet, and there's about 105,000 other ships, not just our 111, they usually get retired and scrapped at about the age of 25 now. Used to be about 20. They're sort of getting them a bit better, but 25, most companies will certainly get rid of them because these ships start to become a bigger hazard to shipping in general and safety. So, they become less reliable. So with our ships, there's a handful of ships that have been seen historically as sheep ships, but they can carry cattle as well. And for example, there's two on their way back to Australia right now. You've got the Alma Sealer, who turns 45 in January, and you've got the Mesora, who turns 36 in January. I don't know about you. I mean, I love an old classic car, but I'm not doing a long road trip in one. So, I'm certainly not going to sea in one, requiring life-preserving measures. And with these ships, there's not an evacuation plan for these animals. It's not like an intensive dairy, piggery, hen house, whatever, that if there's a fire or something goes wrong, you can open gates and let them out. That doesn't happen with these ships. And I went through those mechanical issues because they're a massive inherent thing that we rarely hear about, but they're real. And that is why ships do sink and they burn and they go to the bottom of the ocean. And the crew might get off, but the animals 100% do not get off.
So with that in mind, so just to help me sort of understand, when you're saying these boats are sort of aging out, the current boats that are being used, how many do you think we would have had left by 2028 that would have been functional?
So I would hope the 45-year-old's gone. Same with the 36-year-old. And we've got, so I would say the 4 larger ones will have been gone by 2028, leaving 14 small. And when I say size difference, so the larger ones are, let's say 30,000 tonnes. The smaller ones that are doing the cattle trade are between, 3,000 tonnes and 10,000 tonnes. So it's a massive difference, and that's where that economy of scale comes in. They just cannot make money with sheep with those ships. And of course, the cattle guys have got them completely tied up and they're hanging on to them really tight. They don't want to share them because they're just like, no, we've got a pretty tidy little business going up and down for the short haul trade, which is a much better welfare proposition for animals than the long haul of sheep. So those old sheep ships are really just padding out their last days.
And just one more question, because I know other people have got questions. With that in mind, with the fact that, a lot of these ships won't even be functioning anymore, this sort of claim from the industry that they sort of want, a much bigger payout potentially, and it's sort of unclear whether that should be coming from federal or state. Would it be fair that, that there's an increase in taxes, for example, or that money's taken away from hospitals or something, with everything that you've sort of put into place here, that the ships are kind of phased out, the community wants this, that the independent reports show that there's no actual effect on New South Wales?
The writing's on the wall. Since 1985, the sheep trade has been on notice through Senate select committees through Parliament, saying that the trade's inimical with animal welfare, decent animal welfare. So anybody that says they're blindsided by this seriously has not been listening, and I wonder why the leadership of these industries has not been basically, warning the farmers, you're going to have to brace yourself, this is going to happen, transition away, and they can use their skills to help them do so as best as they can. But I would say the farmers who have been paying more attention have already done so. So 90% of the trade's already disappeared through natural attrition anyway. So the 10% of animals that are being sent, you've got to wonder, are these farmers not paying attention? Are they not getting the advice that they need? Because they're the ones that will struggle, or maybe struggling now, and feeling blindsided by a trade that was already always going to go away. And it is just an old draconian trade. There are such parallels with the banning of the slave trade to this, that it's quite incredible that there's still pushback wanting to keep this trade and or try and grow it. So the other big thing with the ships is there's zero financial confidence in building a ship, a new one, or converting them at this stage. So the global pressure to end the trade in all countries, there's lots of pressure from in South America and in South Africa and in Europe about tightening up regulations, which is going to get rid of more and more ships as regulations and standards tighten, that nobody is exhibiting the financial confidence to build, which is really expensive, and it's also a long-term process. So if we all decided to pull our money today and go, right, let's, hand the cap around and find $100 million, just a lazy 100 mil, and phone around the shipyards and get one to say, yep, we'll build your ship, there's a good chance that they can't find shipyard space to start that build for about 3 years. And then depending on the size of the ship you're going to build, it's going to be a 1 to 2 year build. So you're projecting what a global trade, and remember, these ships aren't tied to our countries. So if we do something that they don't want, even if it's not banning it, if they see a better deal somewhere else, they'll just go, oh, well, thanks, we'll take those sheep, but then we'll go off to Brazil, and then we'll go to Uruguay and Colombia and Spain. So you're asking investors to use their crystal ball and see what's going to be happening, how they can make a profit for a ship that they'll want to run for 30 years as of 2029. And I wouldn't be putting my hand up for that.
Thank you.
I have a question. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just one question, and it's Dr. Fowler, just with regard to your submission on page 6 with the social impact, saying that you've advocated for government-supported transition for stakeholders. It's on page 6. How would the RSPCA support any phased transition for farmers and processors?
So the RSPCA has been advocating and supporting that initiative to ensure that producers are, and others in the supply chain on the Australian side, are supported through a transition. We have been working with the government to talk about that for a long time, and really our priority there is to ensure the welfare of animals in the longer term. To ensure that there is no unexpected and unintended consequences on animals. That's a key focus for us, but we also acknowledge and accept that this transition will need a change, in particular in Western Australia. But even still, I'd just like to narrow the focus a little bit to say that the Western Australian market is still, it's about 11% of Western Australian sheep are turned off through live sheep export, and I believe that figure may even be reducing further this year. And so the impact is not dramatic in an overall sense to the sheer numbers, and there is zero impact on New South Wales farmers in regards to the number of animals that they turn off to live export, which is zero. So there is a massive opportunity here to set up a longer term successful industry for the whole of the country, I think. And again, I come back to my opening statement where I say that that's really focused on improving our international trade reputation, improving our animal welfare standards, so that there is further growth, which has already been dramatic this year, on the success of sheep meat and wool exports.
Mm-hmm. So in the submission it says that you would want the relevant peak bodies to ensure producers and communities directly impacted are well supported through the transition. How would RSPCA ensure that farmers and producers are well supported?
So it's not necessarily in the remit of the RSPCA to have that direct support. I think that comes through our advocacy with the government to ask for that support to be provided to Western Australian farmers and those in the supply chain, which we have consistently done ever since our initial submissions and meetings with the independent panel.
Okay.
So, both, thanks so much for coming. Your submissions both have leaned heavily on the fact that we don't export sheep out of New South Wales, but surely that doesn't necessarily rule out any impacts on New South Wales.
I refer back to, I guess, that independent Pegasus report and the panel's report that suggests that there is no economic impact to New South Wales. So, as again, the RSPCA aren't a team of economists, but we do refer to those independent reviews that have been done.
And Dr. Simpson, I think you said in your opening remarks that there was no movement of sheep from WA to New South Wales. Did I hear that correctly?
No. I said that farmers that I speak to about this issue in New South Wales say that because some of the talk has been about replenishing during drought times and wanting to bring sheep over from WA, the farmers I speak to have all said, why would we get them from WA when there's other states around?
But we do it though. Like we just heard from New South Wales farmers that $1.36 million came out after the drought. So the evidence is there that we do move them across.
Yeah, that's not my remit.
Okay.
Vet and ships.
Dr. Fowler, you also pointed to the conditions in the Middle East when these sheep arrive and that they're not ideal. How important is that to the RSPCA?
It's very important. I think the responsibility for ensuring animal welfare through the entire supply chain is reflected in SCAS and ASIL, but unfortunately the reality is that most of these countries are still killing these animals in an undone slaughter, which means that they're suffering through the slit of the throat. Sorry to talk about something that might not be so palatable at this time of day, but these animals do suffer being killed in that way. And that's why Australian regulations don't actually allow it here in Australia. So we have long advocated for animals to be slaughtered as close as possible to the farm gate to avoid the cumulative welfare impacts, but also to ensure that they can be slaughtered to Australian standards.
Does the same approach apply to where we import our product from?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry, if you can clarify.
So, for instance, we import about $300 million US dollars worth of animal products out of Vietnam. Are you as active about their animal welfare conditions in Vietnam? Are they all at the same standard that we meet here in Australia?
It's an interesting question. I think there has been some changes in Vietnam over the years. And again, it's an example of where the Department of Agriculture can continue that. And we also have other mechanisms where we can influence the welfare of animals internationally. And indeed, the RSPCA is part of international collaboration groups where we advocate for and make submissions to changes to the World Organization of Animal Health international standards for things like slaughter and transport of animals. And so we are very much involved in trying to influence the standards for animal welfare internationally.
And just a general question to either or both of you, what government ministers or departments have you discussed this with?
The Vietnamese issue?
No, sorry, back to the broader issue. Well played.
Very specific.
Back to the broader issue of the exports.
I've spoken to a handful of them. I'm trying to remember who. And by speaking, I should say that not face-to-face. I've sent information into them. Whether they've read it or not, I've got no idea. So I've just tried to give them my experience and my first-hand lived experience of what happens on these ships and the parts of the overseas journey that I'm aware of and destination events. So.
And Dr. Fowler?
So I work for RSPCA Australia, so our remit is very much meeting with the Federal Department of Agriculture and discussing with their various teams our concerns around the welfare of animals exported internationally, as well as on many other matters. And I'm very aware that our West Australia colleagues at RSPCA Western Australia have been in conversations, and we've invited them to a number of our meetings with departments and with ministers, or not so much ministers, but submissions and inquiries over the time because of the fact that it impacts Western Australia so significantly.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just might start with you, Dr. Simpson. I think in your opening statement you made reference to you were working on chips in 2007. Is that correct?
I started in 1999
Yeah.
as a wharfie, as one does.
And stopped when you stopped in 2007, is that correct?
No, I graduated vet school and I went to sea on my first voyage in 2001 and I sailed to 2011, at which point I then worked for the Department of Agriculture, helping them rewrite the Australian standards for exporting livestock.
Okay. So when was the last time you were on a ship that went from Australia?
2011.
2011.
Yep.
So when you talk about the improvements, or you dismiss the improvements, etc., what are you basing that
I'm basing that on the fact that over my 57 voyages, I did multiple voyages, or many voyages, where the ships were not fully stocked. So I'm familiar with the low stocking density that we're now using, or the lower stocking density that we're now using. I'm familiar with ships with better ventilation systems than we had before, and I'm familiar with the single-tiered ships versus the double-tiered ships.
Okay.
So they're the three main changes. The moratorium time really makes no difference because I've sailed across every month of the year, and I've had heat stress incidents in every month of the year on these voyages.
Okay.
So to different parameters, some of them terrible, and some of them mild, but they exist.
Okay.
And so I think it's really important to not get bogged down on mortality rates and think about morbidity. So morbidity is illness, suffering, just things are going badly. And that happens on every voyage. They might not die, but they don't have to die to suffer.
Yeah. Okay. And based on your experience with the boats, you said you're a vet and a boat, and you rattled off a couple of figures. How many of those can you on notice tell us how many of those 111 boats are above that 20 to 25 year?
Dun, dun, dun.
Happy for you to table it if it's a list, or
I could bore you with it now.
well, we've only got a few minutes, so.
What was the question? What
I
age?
guess how many of those 111 vessels?
Yep.
I think you quoted were above that 20 to 25 year rate.
So out of
age
111,
limit.
there's only 95 that are 25 and older.
Sorry, out of the 111, there's 95
that are 25 and older.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And just in your submission, you claim that there's no economic impact on New South Wales, but in response to Mr. Barrett's questions, you say, well, that's not my remit. I'm boats and vets. Given that you've also admitted that the sheep do come from WA, can you see?
I didn't admit it. He told me.
Well, he told you.
Yeah. I have to take his word on that.
Well, if we
I'm not an economist.
Sorry,
If we
just for
take-
it's not my word for the record. It's evidence that has come
If
forward.
we
And I mean, they would travel across.
Yeah.
They've gone both ways for many, many years for different reasons.
So can
and
we-
they're not necessarily a live export related reason.
No. So, but can we accept then that there is a potential for an impact on New South Wales farms, even though you've said that you've spoken to some farmers that say they would get them from other states?
But why is this impact? Like, we're not... There's a lot of fear-mongering about all of a sudden there's not going to be a sheep existing in WA because somebody's put a ban in place for...
Well, I'm not certainly saying that. I'm just trying to get some balance to the story that there may be some impact. We don't know necessarily what
there's still
the
gonna be-
extent of that impact will be.
Exactly, we don't know.
Yes.
But there's still sheep
So should we-
travelling each way, and they're not necessarily sheep that were ever destined for live export. So unless you know these animals in embryonic form have got some live export tag on them saying definitely going to go there, but now I was going to go New Zealand, New South Wales, and now that's not going to happen. We just simply don't know that.
So part of this inquiry, is it not to find out? Or,
It's your inquiry, mate. I'm just here to answer the questions.
I know, but you challenged whether we needed it or not. In your submission, you also you dismissed compensation concerns, implying that the phase out is a natural decline. But isn't the legislation a hard phase out? A natural decline would mean that there would be no intervention.
I would say a hard
decline.
phase out would be what the UK did in May, where they stopped live exports overnight and gave zero compensation to their farmers.
So
and we don't hear anything about that. So I speculate as to how much. I don't know how much compensation some of these people need. I don't know how many people actually do need it. Going through, I read all.
I think you quoted a figure of 10%. Was it you, or it might have been?
Oh, it's unlikely to be
It
me.
might have been Dr. Fowler that quoted 10% of the market in WA goes to live export.
I know it's dropped 90%. So you might be thinking of me saying 10% of the historic numbers have been, which will be lower this year again by an enormous amount. I just don't think. I don't think these people have been blindsided enough. Not saying I want them blindsided more. To have not seen the writing on the wall and to begin transitioning. So many of them already have. So, it's up to you guys with the money to know to work out what you want to throw where.
But you wouldn't be advocating for any money?
No.
Okay. And just to clarify, the RSPCA's view on that, are you supportive of a transition arrangement or funding arrangement?
Yes, we've been consistent in our request for support for Western Australia farmers and those involved in the supply chain to ensure there are no unintended and unexpected animal welfare consequences, to give them time to phase out and ensure the strength of the market going forward.
Okay, and if it was shown that New South Wales farmers are impacted to some degree, would you support them being assisted in some way? To obviously a lesser extent than...
That would depend significantly on what that impact is, but the economic reports that we have seen to date don't support that there is that economic impact.
Okay, I might pass to the government for questions.
If I could just continue in this vein, what we're looking at, and I read an inquiry into the impact of the phase-out of Australian live sheep exports by sea on New South Wales. Now, I note that live sheep exports declined by 92% between 1988 and 2023. So it would seem to me that the phase-out has essentially already occurred. And I understand from the evidence that we've heard, particularly from the RSPCA, that in your view there haven't been, over that period of time, any substantial impacts on producers in New South Wales. Can you just comment a bit more on that? It would seem to me that we're not talking about a sudden stop, that the substantial phase out has already taken place.
Correct.
But please, over to you.
That is very correct. And in particular, I think for New South Wales is actually, and a lot of the Eastern Seaboard, is actually a really good model for showing that live sheep export is not necessary for a successful sheep industry. And only data released this week, and I've read in reports, shows that the confidence indicator for the sheep industry in the eastern states has climbed significantly over the last few months, which would suggest to me that farmers are really looking forward to a future. Obviously, there are challenges with that, like there are in all aspects of farming. And I come back to my earlier statement, which would reflect that things like climate and international trade opportunities and market access are really critically important for the strong future of New South Wales, and that's where I would really encourage more focus to be put.
Dr. Simpson, do you have any comments?
No, I think Susie covered that really well. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions from anyone? that pretty much takes us right to the end of time. So thank you very much for both of you for your evidence. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but if you did, the Secretariat will be in touch about them and also any supplementary questions we may put you on notice.
Thank you.
But once again, thank you for your time, and we will now
Very
bring
valuable.
forward
Thanks, guys.
the next two witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back. We now invite our next witnesses, Dr. Jed Goodfellow and Dr. Ben Pearson. Starting with you, Mr. Pearson, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
You've just promoted me. I'm not a doctor, actually. But I'll,
I said, sorry, I'll
That's all
demote
right.
you again, Mr. Ben
I'll
Pearson.
take it as a compliment. Feel free to relegate me. My name is Ben Pearson. I'm the Country Director for World Animal Protection Australia and New Zealand. And the affirmation?
Yes.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now the real doctor.
Don't know about that.
Doctor who?
Pretend doctor. Yes, Dr. Jed Goodfellow, Director, Policy and Government Relations for the Australian Alliance for Animals. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
You start.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the inquiry today. The Australian Alliance for Animals is a national charity representing 6 of the nation's leading animal protection organisations with a collective supporter base of over 2 million people. Our members and supporters have long been opposed to the export of live sheep by sea to the Middle East due to the inherent and intractable animal welfare issues associated with the practice. Despite recent regulatory reforms, Australian sheep are still suffering prolonged heat stress on over 60% of voyages as they traverse the equatorial region and into the Persian Gulf and Red Sea. They're still subjected to a range of environmental stresses, including high ammonia levels associated with the build-up of urine and faeces during the 2 to 3 week voyages, and they still face slaughter without stunning in importing countries. These issues cannot be avoided. They're a product of climate, of sheep physiology, and of deeply held cultural practices. There's nothing the Australian government, or indeed the industry, can do to overcome these factors. They're built into the very nature of the trade. And this is why animal welfare organisations across the globe oppose live sheep exports, and it's why the vast majority of Australians do not support the trade. Independent polling conducted over the course of a decade has consistently shown high levels of opposition to the trade, with around 7 in 10 Australians supporting a phase-out. They support a phase-out because they care about animal welfare and they know there's a better way. They know those sheep can be processed here in Australia, in Australian facilities under Australian standards, value adding to Australian supply chains. The reality is we export 75 times the value in sheep meat as we do live sheep. And I'll just say that again, it's not double the value, it's not triple the value, it's 75 times the value. Australian sheep meat exports are expected to hit $5.6 billion in value this financial year. The value of the live sheep trade is $74 million. It makes up a tiny fraction of the Australian sheep industry and export markets. Sheep meat exports from WA alone are valued at over $648 million and are forecasted to grow. Major sheep meat processors in WA, including Fletcher's, Wemco, which is a wholly producer-owned processor, and VV Walsh are investing over $100 million in their operations to expand their infrastructure and capacity. So that's local investment creating local jobs, value adding to local supply chains. The Australian Meat Industry Union estimates that the increased investment will create somewhere in the order of 500 to 800 additional direct jobs and many more indirect jobs as a result of the transition. So evidently they have confidence in the future of the WA sheep industry. So the idea that this is going to impact the New South Wales industry in any significant way is really based on speculation. The reality is there haven't been any exports of sheep from New South Wales ports for decades, so the exposure of the New South Wales industry to the trade is quite low. We're certainly not economists, but in light of that, and to provide assistance to the inquiry, one of our members, Animals Australia, commissioned Pegasus Economics to look at the potential impacts on New South Wales for the benefit of the inquiry, and we've attached that analysis to our submission. The conclusion was that there is unlikely to be any undue market disruptions to New South Wales due to the industry's limited exposure to the trade, the small and declining value of the trade, and the fact that the industry still has 3 years to make the necessary adjustments. As a matter of principle, we're certainly not opposed to the industry being assisted with transition costs, and we note the federal government has now increased the assistance package to over $139 million. But claims for adjustment costs do need to be based on tangible evidence and not simply speculation about possible future worst-case scenarios that are unlikely to eventuate. The fact is the trade has declined by over 90% over the last 2 decades, well before the introduction of the new regulations and well before the phase-out commenced. The sheep industry has been successfully adjusting over the course of this period, and it will continue to do so beyond the end of the live trade. And this will ultimately place the industry in a much better position, a more sustainable position moving forward. Thank you, committee members. Looking forward to your questions.
Mr. Pearson.
Just briefly, World Animal Protection is an international animal welfare charity with offices in 13 countries. I wanted to just give you a bit more of an international perspective on this as well. As we've heard here today, the end of live export of sheep is a policy that enjoys broad community support. It's also one that sees Australia acting consistent with the broad direction of travel internationally, where there is increasing concern and opposition to the live export of animals, and encouragingly we see significant jurisdictions actually seeking to end it. Just in May this year, the United Kingdom a law was passed to end the export of animals for slaughter. And in New Zealand, while we know the current government has said that it intends to repeal the phase-out that was introduced in 2023, that has been, shall we say, significantly delayed by the fact that community opposition to that policy is quite extensive and robust. And in a welcome sign, the New Zealand Labor Party and Greens have said that if re-elected, they will reinstitute the ban. And what that really demonstrates is that what Australia is doing here is something that, again, not only enjoys the support of Australians in New South Wales and elsewhere, but it's consistent with the broad direction of travel because of the inherent cruelty of the trade in the export of animals, of live animals. I also wanted to pick up on something. The point has been made a couple of times that, as Mr. Primrose said, the phase-out really has been going on now for a couple of decades, and that's correct. I think also we should remember that, let's not think that, well, put it this way, for producers to claim that they are blindsided by this policy is a bit disingenuous. The Labor Party took this policy to both the 2019 and 2022 elections. And in the case of the 2019 election, that was one they were widely expected to win. So it was one that they were very clear they intended to introduce. They are essentially honouring an election commitment, and we welcome that. And I think, again, to claim that this was something where producers were blindsided is simply not the case. I will also put on the record our support for the transition measures for the industry and for any farmers affected. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll throw to questions. Do you want to go first, Mr. Barrett?
Sure. Yeah, I will, sure.
Right.
Thank you very much for coming along. Dr. Goodfellow, are you a vet?
No, I'm a PhD in animal welfare law.
Okay. You mentioned, you talked a lot about the opportunities we have for chilled and frozen meat. Is your suggestion that the sheep that traditionally have gone to live export should now just be diverted into being boxed and sent that way?
Look, I know it's not as simple as that. So, some of the sheep that are currently going out on boats live can go into the local market, but there would require some adjustment to the operations, breeding more and producing more prime lambs is my understanding in terms of the adjustments that would be necessary. But the fact that we've got several major processors investing over $100 million, private investment, whether the phase-out goes ahead or not, I think is evidence of a strong sign of confidence in the sector over there. So, again, that's local investment that's going to create jobs, economic activity in local supply chains in WA. So, it certainly seems that elements of the industry in WA think that, and they've put this on the record, that not only will the sheep industry survive post the phase out, but it will thrive.
Mr. Pearson, you talked about the support for producers that are affected. If there was evidence found that it did impact New South Wales farmers, would you support that as well?
I mean, I'm hesitant to just give a blanket approval to that statement. Obviously, if there was credible evidence that there was an impact on New South Wales producers, we'd be happy to consider it. And if that evidence stacked up, then obviously again that is something we could potentially support. But I've yet to hear any credible evidence that there is going to be any impact on New South Wales producers.
Well, that sort of leads to my next question I'll put to both of you. That's despite the evidence we heard this morning from New South Wales farmers, the Live Export Council, wool producers and sheep producers.
Yeah, look, I think as a matter of principle, as Mr. Pearson was outlining, absolutely, if there is evidence of an impact, we would support government assistance for accommodating the transition. I just say that that there needs to be proper independent evidence provided, the due diligence conducted, and where businesses are applying for government assistance and funds, then there does need to be tangible evidence of impact, rather than sort of speculation about worst case scenarios and basing large packages of compensation on things that may very well not eventuate. And I do note that, and I know other witnesses have raised it, the independent panel's report, which is very, very comprehensive, 250 odd pages. That report wasn't looking just at the impacts on WA, that was looking at the impacts across the country. They indeed interviewed or had a hearing with New South Wales farmers. They did workshops, they did online and in-person seminars, and to hear from producers all over the country. And so they've taken into account that evidence that I would assume that the industry bodies have provided to you today. But in their very comprehensive report, they did not note any perceived or future impacts on the New South Wales industry. So, and that was an independent panel that made that assessment. We've obviously provided further independent economic analysis through Pegasus. So I would just say that if the government was looking at this, it would need to be based on independent economic analysis, rather than analysis coming from industry groups that obviously have an interest in government assistance.
You touched on the deeply held cultural practices that are a bit of a hurdle here. Can you very briefly outline what they are? Yeah,
so in the Middle East, most regions and areas there that don't practice stunning before slaughter. So, and the idea that the Australian government can change that is pretty fanciful. In Southeast Asian countries, where we're sending a lot of the cattle, there are much higher rates of stunning because the authorities there are more open to the practice of stunning. But in the Middle East, it's certainly in Kuwait, where we send most of our sheep, there is zero chances of getting stunning introduced there. Halal slaughter conducted in Australian export abattoirs, where we're sending the sheep meat over to the Middle East, is conducted with stunning.
Okay.
So our authorities permit that to take place.
Sorry, just two more quick ones, and this, I'm going to put this to you because it's come up a couple of times, this argument to stop this export trade because it's been declining anyhow. If that's the, there's a lot of things that have been declining. Our dairy industry is declining, union membership is declining. church membership is declining. Is that an argument to end all those things?
Look, I think it supports the argument to phase out the trade, but that's not determinative of the reason for phasing out the trade. Obviously, the reason is primarily an animal welfare one and meeting community expectations, meeting Australian community expectations. So that's, of course, the primary reason. And as Mr Pearson outlined, there were a couple of election commitments made around it. So it's also a matter of the integrity of the government following through with their promises to the Australian people. But the fact that the trade is also declining because of other commercial and external factors is another part of the reason for the phase out. And indeed, in our view, it would be reckless for the government not to be assisting the industry with this transition process. I mean, in the event that the phase out was overturned under a new government, I would imagine the quite generous compensation package or industry adjustment package, as the government describes it, would not be there. So those producers who are going to lose, or the trade's going to continue to decline in any event, independent of the phase out, that government assistance is not going to be on the table. So we think genuinely that it is in the industry's interests under the current federal government's policy to be assisting them in this orderly transition process. So there's certainty for the industry, there's certainty for the Australian community, and those businesses who are currently relying on the trade, well, to some extent, no business is really relying on it completely. It's a percentage of sheep producing businesses in WA. They won't get that assistance if there is a change of government and there's a change of policy.
And just sorry, quickly, I suspect to be one word answer. What engagement have you had with state government agencies, be that ministers or ministers' offices or agencies on this matter?
So we've participated in all of the inquiries that have taken place, so particularly the Federal Department of Agriculture.
Sorry, specifically any state
yes, we've met with the WA state government as well.
New South Wales state agency.
No, I don't think we've met with the DPI on it.
None at all. Okay, thank you.
I just have one question. In your submission, you say Alliance member Animals Australia commissioned an independent report. Did you have any scope into what would be put in that report, and if it's a member, would you say that it really is an independent report?
Look, the report's obviously being commissioned by an entity that has an interest in the issue. I guess the distinguishing feature there is that Pegasus Economics is an independent economic firm, and they're putting their name, their brand on the analysis. You could certainly say, because it's being commissioned by an animal protection body, that therefore that might colour the analysis, but the analysis speaks for itself, and there isn't another independent economic analysis that, to my understanding, that's been presented to the committee. The other economic analysis was conducted in-house by a group that has a very significant vested interest in the issue.
So if they had commissioned a report, then you would accept that theirs was independent as well, but because this organisation has been commissioned, you accept that it's independent.
Yeah, look, I think that would give it more legitimacy, more credibility if there was a separate agency that is an expert economic analysis firm conducting the analysis. Yeah.
And what would you suggest would be the key elements of an effective structural adjustment package?
Look, again, I'm certainly not an expert in this area, but I do note that the federal government's adjustment package addresses a whole range of different areas. It's not just providing assistance to businesses to diversify reliance on the trade. It's also expanding new markets as well. So there's a package there for promoting Australian sheep meat products in other markets. So, I mean, I can only defer to the federal government's and the Department of Agriculture's assessment and analysis on that to say that, you know, we have confidence that they've done the due diligence to identify the relevant areas that are required to make this as, you know, smooth as possible and to support the industry as much as possible in the adjustment period.
There's just one more question to Mr. Pearson. What role do you think public sentiment plays in shaping the phase-out policy?
I think quite a lot. I think the government, when in opposition, was responding to the fact that there is clear community concern about this industry, about this practice, about its animal welfare impacts, and they responded to that. I think that seems pretty clear.
I just have two quick ones in my hand.
Well, I've just got one quick one, and then I'll pass it to either of you. Just picking up on my colleagues' comments around the Pegasus report. Are you able to provide the committee, I guess, the list or the instructions you gave to Pegasus to form this report? My reasoning is we've had, in other inquiries, reports put forward to us by independent organisations, and then when we dig deeper into what was asked of them, we find that the terms of reference are quite narrow and may have missed things. Now, I'm not saying that this is the case with this, but it would help us analyse that Pegasus report a lot better if we knew exactly what was asked of Pegasus explicitly in when you asked them to do the work.
Yeah, look, I'd have to take that on notice because
Happy for you to take it on notice.
We didn't commission the report. As I mentioned, it was a member of ours, Animals Australia, that commissioned it. So that's another entity, another party. So, but happy to take that on notice. But just again to reinforce the fact that Pegasus Economics, they're a very professional, legitimate, well-respected economics firm. They do a lot of work with government.
We thought the University of Newcastle was a very respectable entity as well until we read their report into the Great Koala National Park. I might pass. Who wants to go first?
I've just got one.
One? Yeah.
Given that there's been a 92% decline in live sheep exports between 1988 and 2023, if the 1 May 2028 cut-off is repealed, do you expect that that decline will cease, or do you think it will likely continue to decline?
Yeah, well, we've heard evidence earlier that there are a range of headwinds that the industry is facing independent of the legislative phase-out. So it would certainly be my view that the industry will continue to decline due to things like international shipping capacity, very limited, if any, investment in new livestock carrier builds. I mean, as Dr. Simpson outlined, I mean, you'd have to be, it would be a very risky investment for companies to invest in building new livestock carriers in the current environment where you've got, as Mr. Pearson outlined, countries all over the world phasing out live animal trading by sea. The European Union's likely also to be really tightening the regulatory screws on the trade there. So countries like Romania and Ireland, are going to face more regulatory pressures there, which may decrease the trade out of those countries as well. So, I would say that it's likely to continue declining.
So effectively, the phase-out will just continue.
I would say that that's a fair assumption.
But there may be no structural adjustment money. Okay, thank you.
And that's the risk for the industry at the moment. If there was to be a change in policy, and certainly the current government's not foreshadowing that at all. They're very determined on this. But if there was a change, with a change of government, for instance, the industry could find itself in the same position but without the assistance.
It's up to the market. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
First.
Thank you, and thank you both for your time today. New South Wales Farmers' submission is calling for $53 million in financial assistance, which is about half of what's being offered in WA. Have you had a look at the money that they're calling for, and do you have any criticisms or concerns about the proposal for New South Wales that they've put forward?
Look, you go for it. I haven't looked. I haven't analysed it in detail. We haven't asked Pegasus Economics to provide an assessment, an analysis of it. I mean, the fact that it's close to half of what the federal government is proposing for assisting the WA industry strikes me as probably being a bit, excessive. I think I also noted in the submission that they were recommending that it be allocated to a general, I think a drought resilience fund or something of that nature. Which again, I mean, certainly we support government assistance in relation to dealing with drought and increasing resilience, but to tie that to the phase out of live sheep exports in WA, I think again it's just a very long bow to draw, and in the absence of quite strong tangible evidence showing a causal relationship between the phase out of live sheep exports in WA and impacts on the New South Wales industry. My only qualification would be that evidence needs to be there before the government will consider that kind of assistance.
Mr. Pearson, did you have something to add?
No, I just endorse those comments. And as I said in my previous response, you'd really want to have some pretty rigorous analysis before you start agreeing on adjustment packages.
And it's unusual that you say, that they're proposing putting it as part of a drought package rather than specifically for, direct causal impacts of a phase out. Would that kind of make it sort of, I suppose, easier for farmers to access if they're not impacted by the phase out?
I guess it would. If it's a general fund open to producers and businesses that are being impacted primarily by drought, but then I guess the question is then why would that be in any way sort of associated with the live sheep export phase out? As we've heard earlier, the supply demand dynamics in the industry, the price of sheep is correlates more so with climatic conditions around the country and international commodity prices for lamb and mutton rather than the 600,000 head that are going out on boats in WA.
The Australian Live Export Council has alleged that the policy process and consultation around the decision to phase out live sheep exports has been, and I quote, sham and driven entirely by politics. What's your response to these claims?
I certainly wouldn't agree with that. I mean, the consultation has been extremely thorough. I don't have the figures in front of me, but the independent panel, they held an extraordinary number of in-person sessions in regions all over WA. I think there was about 14 or so. We can certainly provide that on notice in terms of the number of people who were consulted, the number of people in the industry that were listened to by the independent panel. There was a parliamentary inquiry as well at the federal level. So all of that cumulatively really was extensive in my view. And the industry bodies and producers in WA absolutely got a fair hearing because they, as I said, they went all over the state meeting with people. And then also held sessions in other states around the country as well and indeed met with New South Wales farmers. I saw that they were one of the stakeholder bodies that they met with and received submissions from.
Thank you. In regards to both that independent panel and also the Pegasus Economics report, this morning they were described as theoretical opinion. Can you sort of give us your opinion of that? I'm assuming you've read the economics report. Can you give us sort of your opinion around that report and also a little bit more information about the independence of that report? I understand it was funded by an organisation, but then how that is then different to an internal report put forward by an organisation who has a vested interest.
Yeah, I mean,
certainly the independent panel's report, I mean, all of their methodology, all of their considerations are explained in their report, the 200-plus page report, so it really speaks for itself. And likewise with the Pegasus Economics report, the assumptions, the methodology, the calculations, they're all laid out in the report. So to suggest that that's opinion, I think that's not accurate. I think, I mean, at the end of the day, they're making assessments, they're making conclusions based on data and evidence, and as long as they're being transparent about the data and the evidence and the assumptions that they're making, I think that's the main thing, so that others can then critique and assess. And again, I haven't looked at the New South Wales farmers' assessment in great detail, but I don't know whether or not they've been as transparent as what Pegasus and the independent panel were in terms of making their methodology and assumptions open to the public to see.
And just one more question to both of you. What would be the animal welfare consequences if the phase out of live sheep export didn't actually proceed?
Well, look, it would mean that, you know, Australian sheep would still be subjected to all of the negative animal welfare outcomes that we've been talking about in this session and then the previous session as well. So, and you would see that there would be a net loss, a net decline in animal welfare standards, because as I think Dr. Simpson outlined very eloquently, Australian sheep benefit from the small mercy of stunning before slaughter. So they don't have to experience the pain, the fear, distress of being slaughtered while they're fully conscious. Whereas sheep in the regions of the Middle East that may be exported to those countries that we're currently exporting sheep to, they would not benefit from those increased welfare standards that Australian sheep benefit from. And then there's also the differences in the journey times and the climatic conditions that Australian sheep are subjected to as well. So going from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere at different times of the year. And Australian Reno sheep, again, as Dr. Simpson outlined, they don't cope well with high humidity environments, whereas the sheep that are bred in the North African region are in that same climatic zone. So they're acclimatised to that kind of heat and humidity in those conditions. So yes, if it continued, it would lead to we would lose the opportunity to improve welfare standards, essentially.
Could I just add to that? As well as the animal welfare impacts, there would also be a real impact on Australia's international reputation. I mean, Australia is doing the right thing here. We've recognised that the animal welfare implications and consequences of exporting live sheep are just too great. They suffer, and there's no way of stopping that. You can't reform the industry, you can't stop them suffering, and as a result, we've decided to phase out that practice. Having said that, and gone through this process, this quite credible consultation process, to get to the end of that, introduce the legislation, and then actually reverse course would be really damaging. And it's interesting, we're seeing that in New Zealand now, where the government has said that it will repeal the ban on live exports. But one of the most potent arguments being made over there is the damage it would have to New Zealand's international reputation. And we have similarities in that both Australia and New Zealand are countries where we have a reputation for high standards of welfare, for sustainable agricultural sectors, and having live export essentially reintroduced, which would be the net effect of repealing the legislation, would really be very, very damaging. So we'd certainly counsel against that course of action.
Okay. Well, thank you. That takes us just slightly over time, but thank you very much for the evidence you've given today. I believe you took a couple of questions I noticed, so the Secretary will be in touch about them and any other supplementary questions we may put to you on notice. So thank you for your time. We'll now break until 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Chair, really
Thank you.
good.
We'll get started. Okay, welcome back to the final session of our inquiry. We now welcome witnesses from the department. So, starting with my first witness on the left here, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yep. So, Dougal Gordon, Group Director for Livestock Systems. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Bailey?
Darren Bailey, Acting Executive Director of Agriculture for the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay. So you do have provision for a short opening statement, or we can just go straight into questions. It's up to you.
Yeah, we do have an opening statement.
Yep, sure.
Great, thank you. The New South Wales Government supports the safe and humane treatment of animals through the supply chain. Exports of livestock by sea, including sheep, is not undertaken in New South Wales, with only a small number of sheep, around 5,000 on average, live exported by air per year. The key potential impact on New South Wales from the phase-out of live exports of sheep by sea is an increase in sheep numbers transported from WA to eastern states such as New South Wales, leading to concerns about higher supplies and lower prices. New South Wales DPRD expects such impacts to be small and short-term in nature. This view is backed up by historical data of eastern states' sheep prices when compared to WA sheep numbers transported east, with little observable correlation. The reason for our view is due to 6 factors. Firstly, the high cost to transport sheep from West Australia to New South Wales, and it's between about $45 to $55 a head, which is about 85% of the value of the animal, meaning that transport of material sheep numbers to eastern states occurs only rarely, with a majority of those sheep ending up in South Australia, not New South Wales. Secondly, the reduction in live sheep export volumes over time. Specifically, these numbers declined by 92% between 1988 and 2023. Notably, despite this reduction, an increase in WA sheep numbers transported east during this time has not occurred. Thirdly, declining overall sheep numbers in WA over time. In fact, there's been a 30% decline in WA sheep flock between 2012 and 13 to 2023-24. Further declines are expected into the future, meaning that there will be a reduced probability of material sheep numbers being transported east. Fourthly, the different type of sheep live exported versus those transported to western states. For instance, 66% of sheep sold live export are adult wethers intended for slaughter, whilst 58% of sheep transported east are lambs intended for restocking. This also helps explain why there hasn't been an increase in sheep numbers transported east, as the live export sheep trade has declined over time. It also reinforces why we don't expect that the phase out of live sheep exports will lead to increases in sheep numbers transported east into the future. Fifthly, increasing WA meat processing capacity over time, meaning that in future more animals are expected to be processed in that state rather than transported east. This has been driven by the increasing trade of particularly processed mutton overseas and lamb. This also helps explain why we don't expect that the live export sheep phase out will impact New South Wales. And lastly, the large size of the sheep supply chain in the eastern states relative to the small number of sheep transported east. In fact, the average number of WA sheep transported east each year represents on average only 1.7% of New South Wales' annual turnoff. Even if all sheep exported live by WA during 23-24 were transported east, this would represent only 1.6% of eastern states' annual turnoff. It is important to point out that the eastern seaboard operates as a single sheep market rather than separate markets in each state. This is why industry have in place the eastern states trade lamb indicator to reflect an indexed sale-out price across these states. For WA sheep transported east to impact New South Wales sheep prices, the numbers need to be material compared to eastern states turn-off and slaughter numbers. This occurs only rarely and only when WA is in drought and New South Wales is seeking to restock post-drought. I would now like to ask the Chair's permission to table hard copies of our opening statement, which includes some key statistics and graphs to assist the committee and Hansard. Thank you.
Thank you. The Committee Secretary will grab that off you and we'll get copies made. Thank you for that. Looking to Mr. Barrett to lead off with questions.
Sure. Thank you for that opening statement. And now, sorry, can I just confirm, did you say that the impact will be, there's no impact or minimal impact on New South Wales?
No, we think that there will be an impact, but it's small and short-term in nature.
Even that seems contradictory to what we heard from peak bodies this morning. how come the numbers are so different between your... I guess, first of all, how have you arrived on that conclusion?
So as I said, Scott, what we've based our assumptions and assessments on is historical data. So if you look at, for instance, the numbers of sheep that are transported east from WA to the eastern states over time, the big numbers were in 2020 and 2021. We had over 300,000 sheep transported in that particular financial year. Now, that figure, if you look at it relative to the significant size of the eastern states turn-off, is pretty small. And so what you see therefore in terms of that correlation, if in fact there was a material number relative to eastern coast turn-off and slaughter, you'd expect a significant reduction or a material reduction in prices for sheep on the east coast. Now, that did not occur. There could well have been some impact, but that wasn't significant. Now, as I've said in my opening statement, for a range of different reasons, we don't believe the numbers that'll go east into the future will be as material as 2020 and 2021. That was a particular anomaly, and the reason why it's anomalous is because of the fact they had drought in WA, and we were restocking post-drought, 18-19 drought. And the other reason is that, and a lot of people don't appreciate, is in WA at that particular point in time, it was during COVID. And the processing sector has significant challenges getting labour. And so they didn't process anywhere near the same numbers of animals during those particular financial years as they would normally. And as we heard this morning, 85% of WA sheep turn-off is processed in that state, with live export being about 11%.
What was that number you said came east from?
So there's 302,000 that came east during the through the 1920-21 financial year.
So New South Wales farmers this morning suggested 1.36 million sheep moved from WA to the eastern states in 2021.
So you'd have to look at the numbers, and I'd want to explore that myself. I heard that figure also talked about. They may well have been talking about over several calendar years or financial years. That 302,000 figure is publicly available, and that's where we sourced it as well. I think it's from the WA government.
So how come there's such a disparity between... Have you met with New South Wales farmers on that?
Yes, we actually met with them last week because we were aware that they had a different opinion to ourselves with respect to economic modelling. Now, economics is not an exact science, and it's based on the assumptions made. We've made a real effort to use historical data to make our assumptions. We haven't done a full economic analysis, however, but based on historical data, we think that, as I said before, that the impacts are going to be minor and short-term in nature.
If I could just add, I think where we do agree with New South Wales farmers is in the submission that they made to this inquiry on page 3, where they acknowledge that in typical years the number of sheep moving from WA to New South Wales is small. Their forecast modelling is really building in assumptions around a drought situation in WA and a restocking position in New South Wales or the eastern states. So a difference for our assessment as opposed to theirs is that theirs is based on forecasting and modelling, and ours is based on current and historical data. And I think our opening statement talked about the decline that we're seeing and the real numbers that are actually coming across to the east, noting that while it is one market, a lot of those sheep will find their way to Victoria and South Australia rather than New South Wales.
So it's going to be hard to sort of, I guess, extrapolate that when the numbers are so different between what farmers are putting forward and what you're putting forward. But prior to that meeting last week, had there been discussions about live export between the department and New South Wales farmers, and to that matter any other peak bodies?
There are meetings that are held regularly between DP, IRD and New South Wales farmers, and I'm sure that the issue has come up in those discussions. I can't refer to particular dates and agenda items, but certainly we would have discussed that previously. But the specific meeting that was referenced by my colleague was in regards to the modelling, particularly in the lead up to this inquiry.
So when the minister says things like, that's not our problem, that's a problem for Western Australia, is that sort of educated by consultation with the department or external bodies? Does the department share that view?
Our view is that there will be a low and a short-term impact, as we've just described, noting that we don't export from New South Wales, and that the turn-off, when you look at the eastern market and the percentage coming across, is quite small, less than, only 5% of that WA market is coming across to the east, and that represents about 1.7% of the turn-off, I think, from memory, from the eastern seaboard. Yeah.
Traditionally, where have we got our restocker sheep from after a drought like we had?
So everyone talks about 2020 and 2021 as those big years, but even during those 2 calendar years, we actually sourced more sheep from Victoria than WA. And so, generally speaking, because of the high transport costs, it makes sense from a producer perspective that you source those animals from as close geographical proximity as possible. And that's exactly what happened even in those big years. So we will source them across the eastern seaboard, as I mentioned, because that's how that market operates, and sheep regularly are transported between states across that eastern seaboard. But there is a number of sheep, 32,000 each year, that come from WA to New South Wales. So whilst that 302,000 figure that I mentioned, even in that big year, there was only 24,000 head that came across from WA to New South Wales, not the eastern seaboard. So we have to be pretty clear about what we're talking about here.
I guess putting keep going. Has anyone else got?
We've got questions, but
putting aside the numbers and that sort of stuff, during a drought, are people looking forward at restocking options when they're making decisions about what they're doing during that drought as far as destocking?
So it really comes down to the individual producer and their risk appetite. You know, what is a risk management strategy of one producer in terms of fodder retention, for example, in terms of what decisions they make with their business, and in terms of restocking post-drought. It's an individual business decision on behalf of producers. So it's hard to make a generalised comment in that regard. Producers will always seek to find the cheapest and best genetics post-drought. And one of the challenges with that 2020 and 2021 year was that during the 18-19 drought, we had destocking right across the eastern seaboard. So it made it harder for New South Wales producers to find those animals, particularly if they were keen to secure reasonable genetics. Hence, again, why they sourced some of that genetics from WA.
I think it's important to emphasise too that the live export market by sea is aged wethers. So we're talking about restocking, but the bulk, 65% of what's exported by sea, is a different class of animal. So we need to build that into our thinking as well, and also understand that mutton exports have grown over the last 10 years, and we understand too, in terms of WA processing, that there's the ability and there's an intention to expand those processing numbers as well. So we need to think about the class of animals as well and the impact of this decision.
So the government's position is that the export of sheep, live export of sheep, whether it's in or not, will have minimal effect on New South Wales?
So there will be an impact, as I said, Scott. However, we think that it'll only be for the duration of time that the industry transitions, and the processing sector in WA is picking up a large proportion of those animals over time as well. And so, given the size of that eastern seaboard market, as I've mentioned, you know, the turn-off, the slaughter numbers over here, the numbers aren't material. Not material enough to make a significant impact upon sheep prices. We're talking about sheep prices specifically here, and that's our view.
And just finally, and so what industry bodies have you consulted with to help educate that view?
So we've just collected the data internally and seen what's available. We've also looked at the National Livestock Identification System database, so that helps us inform our statements about the numbers of sheep moving between states. We've got access to that. We've got a mirror database within the department, so we've been able to look exactly at what those numbers are between each state.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for your time, Jane. Thanks for this opening statement as well. It's really useful. You mentioned that the impacts were small and also short-term, and I think you also talked a little bit about it's sort of short-term during that phase-out period. Can you just sort of expand a little bit more on what you mean by short-term and why you don't think that there'll be any sort of long-term impacts?
Yeah, thank you. Look, as we've talked about this morning, this has been happening for many years, the decline and phase out of live exports. We've talked about that 92% reduction since 1988. That's a big reduction and big transition time. And so what is short term? You know, it's already happening anyway. And so unclear really as to what that period will be. But we've got till 2028, obviously, when the Commonwealth has made that decision. So, but I think that in terms of the key impacts on producers, they're already happening now over in WA, and we've seen that for a number of years. They're gradually, as we've heard this morning, and it's true, that sheep flock, not just in WA, mind you, but nationally, that is changing its composition. So we're moving away from merino-based wool production sheep, which is primarily based on wethers. We're moving much more into sheep meat. And so even though that merinos still are 80% of that flock in terms of genetics, the whole industry is transitioning. So this is happening on the eastern seaboard as well. And I know we talked about this morning about there's a decline in certainly the flock in WA. That's exactly what's happening. And it's certainly happening more broadly across Australia. But that's been happening since the actual the closure of the reserve price scheme in 1998. So this has been happening for some time. So it's just an extension of current supply and demand fundamentals.
Thank you. The proposal that this committee has received is for $53 million, which is nearly half of what WA is getting from the federal government's compensation package for the transition. Based on your calculations, does that figure of 53 million match up, or do you think that that's quite extreme compared to these small and short-term impacts that you're talking about?
So we haven't done any modelling as to compensation. We haven't had that discussion. Obviously, that's a government decision, not one within the department. So I find that difficult to comment. I'm sorry.
That's okay. In regards to that, does New South Wales DPI have anything to do with that federal decision to actually phase out the live exports in WA?
No, that's a Commonwealth decision, no decision of ours at a state level.
And with that in mind, is it therefore then sort of whatever that financial assistance package, would that be a matter again for the federal government who made that decision?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so just in terms of the impact, you say it's short and minor. Have you done any work to understand how minor, in terms of a figure, in terms of how it may impact prices, by how much, etc.? Have you done any work, or are you planning to do any work to understand the impact at any granular level or minor level?
No, we haven't done that modelling. When the inquiry first was released and submissions were called for, we had an internal discussion as to whether we would put a submission in, and we felt it wasn't warranted at the time. And same goes with the economic modelling. At the time, we felt that the impacts and the need for the submission just wasn't justified.
Okay.
And you might comment on the correlation between the prices.
So in the handout that I've provided to the committee, you'll see a graph which highlights, I think it's on page 7, I don't have page numbers on mine, but it's that particular graph there. And what it does is highlight the correlation between the eastern states trade lamb indicator along with the WA sheep numbers transported east. So you'll see those numbers over time. And so you'll see the bottom line, which is the WA sheep numbers transported east over time, and that 2020-21 year, and you'll see the big lift in numbers during that period. And hence my comment, Scott, about the 1.3, it might be the duration of those couple of years or more. However, you'll also note that given that big significant increase in supply headed east, you would expect a significant reduction in the eastern states trade lamb indicator. Now, that did not occur. And so that's formed the basis, that historical data, of our conclusion that any future movement of sheep transported east as a result of the phase-out is not going to have a material impact for all the reasons I listed before, in terms of declining sheep numbers, declining numbers of live export volumes, the increasing processing capacity, and the size of the eastern states seaboard market.
Okay, we heard from New South Wales farmers and ALEC as well regarding concern around the environmental impact and the impact that sheep have on the landscape in terms of reducing weeds or reducing reliance on chemicals for weed control. Has your department done any work to understand that impact, or are you aware of any research that points to such stipulations made by those two submissions?
There's been a significant amount of research done over the years about the role of livestock in a business that does, let's say for in WA, one of the roles of livestock that plays a really important factor for them is actually to graze stubble, for example, for their wheat cropping operations. And same goes in other states, including New South Wales. There's absolutely a key role that livestock plays in terms of weed control and managing weed, among other ground base and feed base. And so, yeah, there is absolutely a role, and the research confirms that over many, many years. Okay.
Have you done any recent, research to understand whether this decision will have any impact on that at all?
So grazing's part, obviously, of an integrated weed management plan. The New South Wales sheep population as it stands is 2.1 million. And we're just giving you the sheep numbers that were coming across from the west, some that would be sold for slaughter. And the number coming across on an annual basis was 32,000 compared to 2.1 million. So obviously New South Wales has the largest sheep population and 38.6% of the national flock. So given that number and the fact that livestock are already in use for rotational grazing, maintaining ground cover, reducing the opportunity for weed burdens, and reducing chemical inputs, that is part of the farming systems that we already have in New South Wales, and as business as usual. I guess New South Wales farmers might have been particularly referring to restocking efforts after a prolonged drought right across the eastern seaboard, where you need to get stock back into certain environments quickly. But yeah, just looking at those numbers alone and noting that livestock has been a key part of integrated weed management now for decades, we don't see a significant impact in that regard either.
Okay. And just, it's tangentially related, but the National Livestock Identification System, is the Department the lead organisation in that, in terms of enforcement, or is police?
So the department maintains that mirror database for National Livestock Identification System. The police do play a role with respect to stock theft, for example, and that has a bearing on NLIS. But also the department audits processing facilities, for example, and determines whether they're meeting their NLIS requirements. We're about to roll out electronic identification for sheep and goats, and so there'll be a compliance and enforcement role for the department there, along with the police as well.
Okay, but as in terms of dealing with the individual producer and them moving and selling of sheep, is it your department that deals primarily with the compliance and enforcement and auditing, or is it New South Wales Police? So the role the police plays is primarily to do with stock theft. Yep. And whereas the department and local land services, I should add, that its role is to ensure compliance with the NLIS legislation under the Biosecurity Act. Okay, sure. Just pass to anyone else that's looking. Mr. Donnelly or Mr. Primero?
Just one from me, if I can. I note your evidence, and we've mentioned it before, about the declining overall sheep numbers. But let me start again. Okay, after they appeared here this morning, New South Wales farmers issued a media release, and the first paragraph is, and I quote, "The live sheep by sea trade ban could see the value of New South Wales sheep and lamb sales take a $125 million hit in just 2 years," New South Wales farmers have warned as it fronted the inquiry this morning. Now, I note also from your evidence that you've just presented that live sheep exports declined 92% between 1988 and 2023. So, given that's already gone down by 92%, and that the New South Wales farmers are saying that taking it out altogether, they'll see a $125 million hit in 2 years. Can you just elucidate on what effects that decline had on New South Wales producers of 92% between 1988 and 2023? I imagine it must have been absolutely enormous.
So I'd refer you back again to the graph that I mentioned previously, and that shows the impact on prices over time and certainly through the period at which you're talking about.
Yep.
And so our view is that if it was to have an impact, we would have seen that impact many, many years ago, and that hasn't been the case. There could well have been a small impact over that time, but it certainly wasn't material. And so we would have a different view as to what that impact will be. Now, New South Wales farmers in their submission talked about the $125 million figure. We believe that actually you need to take account the other aspects of the supply and demand fundamental equation. For example, the key rationale for that $125 million is a reduction in availability of stock on the eastern seaboard. And so they're saying that in a short term, there'll be an increase in numbers coming east. Over time, in the long term, there won't. But in the short term, there'll be an increase in numbers and hence depressed prices. Now, we would argue that in actual fact, if producers are seeking to destock post-drought, they'll be actually utilising those sheep purchased locally. And so hence New South Wales producers who are selling those sheep will be able to take advantage of those increased prices for those animals. So I think that New South Wales farmers haven't necessarily taken into account the transfers in benefits, and they could potentially net each other out. Now, we don't know for sure. Economics is hard to determine what those offsets will be, but we would argue that there is other beneficiaries here that aren't being taken into account in that $125 million.
So am I correct in that, in my interpretation of this, that given that live sheep exports, as I mentioned, have declined 92% between 1988 and 2023, there hasn't been a cataclysmic level of financial impact on New South Wales producers?
That's our view. WA, completely different story. I think absolutely producers in WA have been significantly impacted by the decision, but in New South Wales, that's our view.
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you.
No, I was just going to add that I think that's a fair assessment. And I think the figure that's being used is based on the largest component of their modelling, which was attributed to the supply glut of sheep that was being referred to. But we've given you that historical numbers to demonstrate our difference of opinion.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming along. Just if I could start my question of Mr. Gordon. In terms of trying to, if it's at all possible, to go beyond the general statement of there being between now, so talking about 2025, 2026, 2027 and to May 2028, on the assumption that there is no change to the current legislative setting about the banning of the exporting. Can one say in any detail at all about what are the possible areas other than potentially price that would be looked at to see if there's any impact on New South Wales? Is price essentially the indice that's used, and that's what looking at how there's not been a dramatic reduction over time is the primary thing to look at for this period, or are there other things that DPI RD will be looking at over that time?
Yeah, as I said in our opening statement, we believe that the potential impacts on price are the key impact of, or potential impact from the phase out of live sheep exports by sea on New South Wales.
Yep.
Look, there could potentially be other impacts, shearers. I know that the New South Wales Farmers submission referred to shearers. That's very hard to ascertain, what will be the true impact of that, because you'd expect with the decline in the sheep flock, that 30% figure I mentioned previously, along with the 92% decline in the live sheep export figure, you'd expect there to be a decline in sheep shearers over there in WA, wouldn't you? And so therefore...
Sorry, quite sorry. but especially in New South Wales, trying to get some eyes onto the possibilities, albeit remote, of what might happen over this period. Is it just too much looking into a crystal ball and guessing?
Well, that's what I was just driving at.
Sorry.
It's hard to understand really what the supply and demand fundamentals will mean for shearers. There will be expected to be a decline in shearers over time in WA due to the decline in flock over there and the decline in live sheep exports. You'd expect that. What that means for New South Wales, they're very itinerant. Shearers move around. They move from New Zealand to Australia. 500 shearers from New Zealand come to Australia every year. That will have price impacts. The increase of price for shearers will increase the potential availability of shearers because shearers will go where the money is. That'll benefit those communities where those shearers are located. So there's all these different factors that we need to take into account here when we understand what those potential impacts will be. So it's not black and white, and it's hard to really understand what the net impacts will be.
This is anticipating, and if you don't have an answer, so be it. In terms of dealing with this period, and let's call it the 3 and a bit year transition period to the ban becoming fully operational, would New South Wales DPIRD be doing anything in that period to observe and consider the changes that are going on, and if appropriate, look at what might be appropriate responses?
We will absolutely monitor that as we do.
Monitoring, yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's a role that we play. Our role is to service the industry and to ensure that the productivity and profitability of the sector as best we possibly can. We do that through policy as well as research and development, and through other things, education, training, etc. So we do a whole range of different things to assist industry over time. So that monitoring will have a bearing.
Yeah.
Now, what that government response will be,
sure,
it is up to government.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I find it difficult to believe that there won't be any impact on New South Wales.
Sorry, let me just be clear.
No.
I didn't say there will be no impact. I said
or
that
nil.
there will be a relatively minor short-term impact.
Okay. Well, based on that, will the department conduct any assessments, say, regarding the potential economic impact of the live sheep export phase out on New South Wales agricultural sector, particularly concerning sheep meat exports, the volume and the values?
So if you want to talk about sheep meat exports, and I know this was discussed this morning, so it's important that we do talk about that.
Because just because we don't do live sheep export doesn't mean that we won't be impacted. I find that hard to,
Yeah, and there was some commentary this morning about the fact that we've had a significant reduction in wool production, and in fact, I think we've got roughly the same forecast level of wool production as in 1903. Historical lows. But as I said before, the whole sheep flock is transitioning away from wool production towards sheep meat production. So in actual fact, whilst we've had a decline in wool production, sheep meat exports are at historical highs at the moment. So if you want to look at the figures, for example, we've just hit 79 million for our sheep population across Australia. Now, our historical 10-year average is 70 million. So we're above historical averages in terms of our overall sheep flock. But also, if you want to talk about sheep meat production, we've actually are expected to have an increase. So an increase by 13% to 11.3 million in 2025. So sheep meat production is forecast to increase. Now, as I said before, in WA, the processing sector has expanded over time, and that's in line with the increasing sheep meat exports we've had over many years. So, in fact, our sheep meat exports have increased by 17.2% over the last 10 years. So that has offset largely the decline in the live sheep export trade. And that's due to a huge amount of work by processors and brand owners as well as Meat and Livestock Australia. So that's helping offset some of the impacts of live sheep exports. So thankfully for producers over in WA, that will help a lot of them stay in the industry.
And could I just add to that, the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development actually does an annual review of trends across all sectors and looks at those movements and reviews those. And as it stands at the moment, with the sheep meat processing and markets, the US obviously is Australia's largest market at the moment, but it's valued at 1.2 billion in 23-24, followed by China at 1.1 billion. And so each year we're monitoring that movement and we're making assessments about the drivers behind those movements, and that's done on an annual basis.
Yeah. So in terms of that, then what strategies will the department recommend to maintain that stability and profitability of New South Wales livestock, you know, the sheep meat in particular? Yeah.
So that goes to the core of everything that we do within the department. You know, I, for example, head up a livestock systems team within the department in Ag and Biosecurity. We've got roughly 50 R&D projects at the moment on our books, valued at over $100 million. Now, all that R&D is seeking to increase the productivity and profitability of the livestock sector. We work across a number of research and development corporations to deliver that. Sheep and cattle with Meat and Livestock Australia, on the dairy side with Dairy Australia, on the wool side with Australian Wool Innovation, for example, and also in other intensive livestock industries. So we're working in terms of our research and development. Darren's involved with education and training in his substantive role, and there's a huge amount of work that we do in terms of education and training, and our policy work that we undertake as well. Our biosecurity work, significant amount of work that we do in biosecurity, and all of that assists in the productivity and profitability of the livestock sector.
And I should say that each of those programs are actually tailored and shift in order to need that as they emerge for the sector. And so we work closely with Research and Development Corporation, industry bodies, in each of the sectors that we support across primary industries, to make sure that we're delivering tangible outcomes and improvements for them. So it's not as though a program is set and then just moves along. We continue to shape that program around emerging needs. And as we monitor this situation, we will make sure that those programs actually deliver what's required by industry.
Mm-hmm. And so you're saying, so WA is transitioning, you know, they're doing more domestic processing. So what will we do to say for New South Wales domestic processing capacities? What measures are making sure that what happens as WA transitions, that we don't that we can address those potential challenges so that we can continue and grow those the processing. Sorry, I'm mixed up.
Processing sector. So we're already doing a lot of that work, and this has been happening over many decades now. And so, you know, we export 2/3 of our sheep meat production.
Yep.
And so that's been a trend for many, many years. We're export-orientated country. And so we spend a lot of time and effort on research and development. We work with Australian Meat Processor Corporation, is again another research and development corporation that we do work with. And a lot of that work is to improve the productivity and profitability of the processing sector, because as we know, everyone in the supply chain needs to make money. And if one sector of the supply chain does not make money, that impacts all the other elements of the supply chain. So yeah, we're doing work with processors as well. That also involves market access work. And so we work with processors to improve market access over time. The Commonwealth does the majority of the work along with industry, but we play a role there as well.
And so you did mention before about biosecurity in livestock management. I think you said about the electronic ID implementation. How will the department integrate this system to enhance our livestock traceability in the context of changing export dynamics?
Yeah, good question.
Because we don't want our sheep mixed up with, because we've got very good quality, as you were saying.
Yeah, and so the improvement of electronic identification and traceability more broadly has been happening for many, many years. We've had electronic identification for individual animals since 2003, I think it is, in New South Wales. For sheep, we're about to introduce that next year for lambs and kids born from 1st of January. That will not only improve our biosecurity and ability to respond to emergency incidents from a exotic disease or a residue perspective, but also will provide the ability of producers to have individual animal data to make more educated and informed decisions about all the traits that impact upon sheep and goats. So there's a real positive element there. Now, we're also working with AMPC about traceability as well. And so we're doing some work to try and improve hook tracking and also improving the scanners that are in processing plants to enable them to take advantage of some of the benefits of electronic identification, and with the hope that any premiums associated with getting brand claim premiums will be passed on to producers. So there's a whole suite of different things that are happening right across the supply chain associated with traceability, which is improving over time. It's not perfect, and certainly even on the cattle side, it's not perfect, but that's not a reason not to justify the progress to mandatory individual identification, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. And how does the department's current sort of policy framework align with the federal government's decision to ban live exports? Or to, phase out live sheep exports?
Well, that's a decision of the Commonwealth, obviously, and not one of the states. So our role, as Dougal has already mentioned, is to make sure that our primary industries are thriving and that not only are they biosecure, but they're productive and vital, making sure that in terms of our export markets, they're actually made not only strong and secure, but expanding as well. So there's a whole range of work that we do on those fronts, but this wasn't a consultation between the Commonwealth and the state making a joint decision. This was a Commonwealth decision alone.
Okay, and so just on that, what long-term strategies is New South Wales considering to ensure resilience and sustainability of our industry, the sheep industry in particular, in a post-live export situation?
Yeah, so we've just mentioned we've got a large research and development program, and we work across biosecurity, weed and pest management, soil health. We look at pasture productivity and how to do these things in a changing climate. According to more erratic seasonal conditions that we're expecting into the future. We're putting a lot of work into genetics and supply chain work as well on the livestock front. And above and beyond that, we're also working around managing climate risks, looking at vulnerability assessment. So we're supporting sectors into the future and giving them a heads up on what to expect in terms of that changing climate. So we've got an extensive research and development program. We also have an extensive extension and industry development training network as well. So the department invests in a registered training organisation in Tocal College that delivers vocational training to both new entrants coming into the industry to supply that workforce required for the future, and also upskill existing workers. Sheep and Goat EID is a classic example at the moment that we're doing a lot of work in extension and education and training at the moment to support that transition, starting the 1st of January. So there's a whole range of work on that capability front as well. On top of that, obviously, we're providing technical support and policy support back into the centre of government as well to make sure we're making the best decisions for not only the sector themselves, but the rural communities that surround those sectors across New South Wales. So there's an extensive investment across all of those areas, and we'll continue that program of works into the future.
And I should just add, sorry to interrupt.
No.
So this is the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. Of course, industry is highly cognizant of the potential impact of the phase out of live sheep exports by sea. And so undoubtedly, those industry research and development corporations have got a suite of different programs and projects that they're contemplating to invest in to also help offset those potential impacts over time. So that's a conversation that I'd recommend you have with each of those industry research and development corporations, Meat and Livestock Australia and Australian Wool Innovation being the two key ones.
And I also have one final question with regard to stakeholder engagement, because we heard from organisations this morning that said they hadn't had any contact. Should it be a two-way thing? Should you have to wait for them to contact you? Could you not also engage with them, when you know something like this is happening, rather than them saying, nobody's talked to them.
So we actually proactively engaged New South Wales farmers.
Yeah, but the other organisations. Yeah.
So, you know, I can't really speak to wool producers and sheep producers regarding this. This inquiry, the scope of this inquiry is about the impacts on New South Wales, and New South Wales farmers is the lead, of course, and
But
the key representative body for New South Wales producers, and that's who we engaged.
Okay.
And we do actually regularly meet key stakeholders across Research and Development Corporation and other key players right across primary industries regularly. So yesterday I was with Meat and Livestock Australia, the day before I was with the Grains Research and Development Corporation. So there is an ongoing engagement and proactive piece. Just noting that this is a Commonwealth decision. It's not a decision from the state government where we were seeking engagement around that decision in response to that decision. This is something that's come from the Commonwealth. And of course we still work with industry in terms of how we respond to that. But just want to make that very clear that that wasn't a joint decision or something that we had to engage about. That was a decision of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, but doesn't absolve. Yeah.
No, and that's what I'm saying. So we're still meeting in response to that decision, but in terms of the implementation and how that decision was done and who was consulted with, just making it very clear that's with the
So you weren't
Commonwealth.
consulted with. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that the Commonwealth's was a lead in consultation because it was their decision. Once the decision was made, we certainly have been following up and meeting with industry. We continue to meet with the people that we've just mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've gone over time.
That's all right. So that takes us to our time with you. So thank you very much for coming and giving evidence and answering our questions. I don't think you took any questions on notice, but we will be in touch if you have, and any supplementary questions we put on notice as well. The Secretary will get in touch. All right, that concludes today's hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.